Chapter 66. However, Thea also knew judo, so how could she be caught so easily? Wing Chun was known for its tight defense. She spread her arms outwards, blocking Barbara's arms, and went straight for her middle. Although Barbara had never seen this kind of fighting style before, she reacted quickly and immediately changed to kickboxing. She used a series of intensive attacks to recover the situation. However, from the beginning of the fight, it became a one-sided fierce attack. Although the fight seemed intense, she did not have any advantage. The two had been fighting for less than a minute, and Sia had already roughly figured out her martial arts routine. It was a bit of an exaggeration to say that she was weak in close combat. She could see that she had put in a lot of effort to practice, but she was lacking in moves. She only used karate, judo, and kickboxing. These kinds of moves were really effective against ordinary people. However, Thea, who could fight with Madame Shiva for a while, was a little problematic. First of all, there was a problem with the moves. These moves would be very disadvantageous when used against enemies who were larger than oneself. Just like the killer crocodile just now, if you used a throwing technique, you would definitely die miserably. Regarding this point, Robin deeply understood. It was only because they were both women and had similar strength and physique that they were able to fight back and forth for a few rounds. Secondly, she did not have much experience in bare-handed fighting, and it consumed a lot of energy. Perhaps in the past, when she was using a whip, she did not need to move so frequently. However, now that she was facing Thea's strong attacks, she could only exhaust a lot of energy to avoid Thea's close combat and try to open up the distance between them. Lastly, and also the most important problem, she had never seen Wing Chun before. It was reasonable to say that Batman knew this style of fighting. After all, he was known to know 127 types of martial arts. Perhaps Old Master himself had a strong physique and did not like this kind of close combat style. Naturally, he would not use it normally. If he did not use it normally, Barbara would have never seen it before. In addition, she had too little experience in fighting. Originally, she could at least hold on for 5 minutes, but now, she could not hold on for more than a minute. If this was in the past, she would have been defeated directly. Sia in 1.0 wasn't a humble person, and the concept of this world was to use as much strength as possible. If you were merciful to your enemy would be merciless to you. However, the current situation was a little special. He was fighting in an away game, and his opponent was an ally. Most importantly, this ally's father was the leader of his own faction. If he made things too ugly for her, it would easily destroy the relationship between both sides. But he couldn't admit defeat. That would be too fake. He sighed in his heart that this opponent was too weak. He hadn't used many moves yet. In desperation, he could only give up the advantage of Wing Chun and change to karate. The two of them practiced slowly. When Robin first saw that his girlfriend was losing, he was extremely anxious. He wanted them to stop, but he knew that neither of them would listen. At least, the competitive Barbara wouldn't listen. Just as he was thinking about how to end the fight without hurting his girlfriend's face, he suddenly realized that Thea had changed her moves. He had never seen Wing Chun before, but he felt that her attacks were fierce and surging, making it hard for him to breathe. If he was in her position, he would most likely lose. As for the move she was using now, he understood. Isn't that karate? It seems like she's not familiar with it. His original hope for his girlfriend to win surfaced again. Maybe she can win. After all, if his wife wanted to live a good life after fighting with someone, anyone would support their wife. Thea didn't know that she gave others the illusion that she could win or counterattack. To be honest, she really didn't practice karate much, just like how Batman didn't practice Wing Chun. It wasn't that she didn't know how to do it, but it wasn't suitable for her. Now, in order to put on an act and stall for time, she had no choice but to use this set of moves. Other people's trump cards were all ultimate moves, but hers was purely because she wasn't familiar with it. Although Barbara didn't know why she changed her moves when she had a high chance of winning, she didn't think too much about it during the fight. She took a deep breath and didn't dare to advance rashly this time. Instead, she trained with Thea with a serious expression. As the fight dragged on, Thea's various unfamiliarity gradually disappeared, and her strong martial arts foundation burst forth. One had to know that she had been learning from Madame Shiva for the past few months. The two of them were fighting all the time. Sometimes, she even thought that Madame Shiva simply couldn't find a sparring partner and used the excuse of training her to kill time. It was common for her to have a bloody nose and a swollen face. However, as the saying goes, no pain, no gain. Thea's combat ability had improved tremendously. Although there were still various inconsistencies, with her rich combat experience, she could gradually control her rhythm. The amount of exercise now was almost the same as running for her. On the other hand, Barbara was still immersed in the fantasy that she could win. She didn't care about her defense at all and launched round after round of fierce attacks. However, under Thea's calm and unruffled response, her stamina was rapidly depleting. At this time, the few people in the arena saw the problem. Thea didn't fight with her properly at all. She was purely playing around because she had nothing better to do. Robin was anxious when he saw this. Catwoman didn't care. She had long seen that Thea couldn't take it anymore. For a moment, she even thought that Thea was giving them face. Huff, huff. With rapid breaths, Barbara finally realized the difference between the two of them. She was exhausted and sweating profusely, but Thea on the other side was like nothing had happened. Even a fool could see that Thea was going easy on her. She wanted to admit defeat, but she couldn't bring herself to say it. Since she couldn't admit defeat, she could only stall for time. At this moment, she was full of hope for Felicity. Hurry up and find my dad, then this fight will stop. At the same time, she was also thinking about where my dad had gone after fighting for almost 10 minutes. Don't tell me he's not in university. Worrying about her gains and losses, she lost even more of her fighting spirit. The original 9 attacks and 1 defense turned into 9 defenses and 1 attack. Sia also had the intention of admitting defeat or stalling for time, so she would not rush to attack. The two girls tacitly fought a defensive battle, and the scene could not even be described as ugly. It was as slow and light as 2 vegetative people fighting. They had neither strength nor speed. In the blink of an eye, they fought for another 10 minutes. Catwoman was already tired of watching, so she went to observe the ice by herself. Only Robin was still silently cheering for his girlfriend. He wasn't cheering for her because he would marry her if she won, but because she had to hold on. Barbara had used up too much of her stamina in the early stages. Although she had reduced her consumption later on, stamina was something that had been used up. There were a few people who were proficient in physical techniques who could maintain a balance between consumption and slow recovery, but Barbara was not one of them. She kept encouraging herself, telling herself that she couldn't admit defeat. Her father was coming, wasn't he? Hurry up and come. Hurry up and come back. Finally, she heard Felicity's voice in her earpiece. Hey, everyone, I've found the chief. Let's officially start. The voice in her earpiece sounded a little rushed. It could be heard that she had gone to a lot of places to find Chief Gordon. Chapter 67. With Director Gordon's arrival, this battle between women naturally came to an end. Bobla was able to announce that she hadn't lost in a relatively dignified manner. Even though everyone with eyes could see the truth, at the very least, she was able to retain her dignity. She didn't have the strength to chat with her father. She sat down on the ground. She would definitely die if she was hit for another minute. Although her family was not devout believers, the only thing that came to her mind at this moment was, God bless. She only felt that there was a supreme existence in an unknown time and space looking at her. With his attention, he was able to safely get through this awkward competition. He had a feeling that perhaps he should do something for him. Perhaps there was a mission there. Thea did not feel any sacred mission. She just felt that it was all an act. She wanted to shake hands with Babla or say something along the lines of, "Thank you for letting me win." After every fight with Madame Shiva, both of them would still politely say, "Thank you," even though they were covered in wounds. But now, Babla's original ladle-like sitting posture had turned into a sprawled on the ground. Her bright red hair looked as if it had been washed by water, sticking to her body in clumps. She gave up on this seemingly modest but actually mocking behavior. "Hey, are you guys listening?" Felicity, who was in the earpiece, asked again. The drone hovering in the sky had flown back after the battle with Killer Crocodile ended, so she didn't know that there was a harmonious and enthusiastic friendly match. "Yes, everyone is here." Usually, Babla would be the one to show her face, but now she was as tired as a dead dog. Catwoman and Thea also did not have the intention to speak first. In the end, only the honest Robin could reply. "Oh," Felicity said, not understanding the meaning behind it. "Then, shall we begin?" Now, this Gotham version of the six-party meeting had officially begun. The topic of the meeting was definitely not the general framework of issues such as world peace. They were mainly discussing the adoption of single crocodiles. As the boss, Thea did not speak first, so she hinted to her number one henchman. Felicity immediately said that if they did not want this guy, they could directly bring him to Star City. The Quinn group had an applied science laboratory with all kinds of electric saws and drills. She believed that single crocodiles would like it there. Besides, they also had 1,500 workers at home. As long as they agreed, they did not need modern machines. They could carry this guy on their shoulders or roll a wooden rope. This was not a big deal. "You Gotham people, don't worry." At this time, Babla caught her breath and expressed her firm opposition to this rude request. This guy ate and drank Gotham's food and drank Gotham's food. Even if he died, he would have to die in Gotham's territory. If they had any urgent needs, they could share a bowl of soup with them after this, but it was impossible to take him away directly. Thea did not have any good ideas about this reply. In this world, the value of heroes was to fight their own monsters. Outsiders had no right to ask what equipment they dropped. Since they were so adamant about it, she could only say forget it. Anyway, she did not have much hope for this big guy. As for drawing his blood to be used as a strengthening agent, regardless of whether it would work or not, just looking at his appearance alone, she knew that there would be no end to it. Babla was very satisfied with Thea and Felicity's retreat. To be honest, when she rejected them, she felt a little guilty. After all, they did not help much in the whole thing. Felicity was the one who started the scolding war. The two of them were just a repeater, and this job could be done by any two people. Perhaps they could even find two people with louder voices. The decisive blow had nothing to do with them. Although the two of them were in a difficult situation, they really did not contribute much. Now that she heard them agree to Gotham's ownership of Killer Croc, she felt as if she had won a big battle. Her impression of the two of them improved slightly. "Dad, do you have any ideas?" Babla did not want to pay any attention to this big ice cube. As long as he was still in Gotham, they could throw him anywhere. She just wanted to go back to take a bath and have a good sleep. Initially, Gordon really did not have any ideas. He was a police officer and had been in the police force for a lifetime. He did not even have the time to care about his wife, let alone other chores. Moving things like this was obviously better for construction workers. However, the 1,500 people that Felicity mentioned just now made him think of a stupid idea. There were many people in Gotham, so he had no choice but to use manpower to move him. Since there were so many idle people in the school, he could get a few hundred people to move him. It was better to have a solution than not having one. Director Gordon found more than 100 people. Sia controlled the skateboard and pulled it from the sky. The rest of the people were busy with the round wooden rope. Finally, they pulled the heavy block of ice from the lake to the main road. It took them a lot of effort to load it into the car. An hour later, they finally returned to the university safely. "Mom, what is this?" "It's probably a Christmas present." The big ice cube caused quite a commotion when it was moved into the school. Many of the children had never seen such a rare thing before. They ran around and asked their families about it. Their families explained it blindly, saying that it was a weapon of mass destruction, or that the commissioner wanted to treat everyone to shaved ice. In short, no one could tell that there was a single crock hiding in the ice cube. After the mission was completed, everyone disbanded. Thea and Babla wanted to go back to sleep. Of course, they slept separately. Robin went to the bathroom to take a bath. Catwoman pulled Felicity to a corner and whispered, "Do you have any equipment that can identify the authenticity of an artwork?" "What are you doing?" Felicity looked dumb, but she was not stupid at all. Catwoman laughed. "I'm going to borrow a few pieces of art. Gotham's jewelry industry has been facing a winter. No one dares to bring jewelry out. The art market is in high demand now." Catwoman was envious of Thea's skateboard. Although she was rich, she spent a lot of money helping the poor from time to time. No matter how rich Bruce was, it had nothing to do with her. After all, she was still fighting with Talia for the naming rights of Wayne. When she saw Talia carrying her child and aggressively rushing into Gotham, she felt that the family name was getting further and further away from her. Since it would take time to change her name from Selina Kyle to Selina Wayne, she planned to rely on herself. With money, everything would be easy. When the time came, she could buy it directly from Thea or ask Bruce to make it for her. Coincidentally, the city was in a state of panic. The rich people in the upper city hid in their homes and did not dare to go out. The market demand suddenly became stagnant, and her previous jewelry business was inevitably hit hard. This forced her to target the art market, which she was not good at in the past. Chapter 68. As a former famous hacker, Felicity has just turned over a new leaf, and she does not have a strong sense of justice as she did in the future. Although she knows that the cat girl is definitely not borrowed, and it must be illegal, she is not a hacker who follows the law. "Why didn't you mention it to Thea?" Felicity couldn't help but ask. "Why me? I don't think I'm that close to you. You two seem to be closer, right?" Catwoman was now full of admiration for the duo from Star City. She always felt that they could come up with something magical without even realizing it. This was different from Batman's research route. Compared to the old master's planes and cannons, the two girls' research was more suitable for her. She now looked at them with envy and anticipation, just like how Big Xiong looked at Doraemon. As for Felicity's question, she was also thinking in her heart. Why didn't she mention it to Thea, who was closer to her? She thought for a moment. Maybe it's because of her identity. I always feel that she won't agree with my actions. I think we're very similar, so you should be able to help me. What did she mean? After listening to Catwoman's words, Felicity was a little speechless. Did she mean that she was like a bad person, or was she like a poor person? Did you think that Thea was a good person? Were you fooled by her little white flower disguise? In fact, Catwoman's vision was quite accurate. Thea had a lot of scruples because of her family, and she wouldn't easily trample on the law. At least, she wouldn't break the law unless it was a matter of life and death. According to the game's classification, she was at least in the lawful camp. As for whether she was lawful or neutral, it was still unknown. Felicity didn't have this problem. She had enough to eat and her family wasn't hungry. She was also very adventurous, otherwise, she wouldn't have volunteered to come to this place. Okay, this is for you. I don't know anything else. She opened the tablet and connected it to a mobile phone. She quickly operated it, then handed the phone to Catwoman and walked away briskly. Catwoman took the phone and found that there was only one application called Art Identification 2-inch. She clicked on the application. It was a very simple program. As long as you scanned the art, you could determine the age of the object and the production process. The database of the software was extremely large. Even the collections of Malaysia were included. Although she couldn't directly provide a proof of authenticity, this was enough. Catwoman didn't have any requirements for artwork, as long as it matched the era. Catwoman felt that Felicity wasn't being honest. If she was a good person, why would she prepare this software for no reason? It was obvious that she had written it long ago and just hadn't used it. This was a great help to him. When he thought about how his career could take off, he didn't pay much attention to Master Bruce being imprisoned. That night, Robin and Barbara had rested enough and went out to capture a criminal with a name. This person was called the Electric Torturer. It was said that it was a craft passed down from their ancestors. No one knew which generation of the Electric Torturers he was. However, Theo looked at the serious-looking middle-aged man and thought that he was a joke hired by someone. This person was extremely stupid. He carried a battery from an electric scooter on his back. It was unknown whether it was hydrogen or lithium. He connected 2 wires to a pair of gloves and electrocuted whoever he caught. It seemed very impressive, and it was very effective against ordinary people. However, the smart Chief Gordon had discovered a fatal flaw in their craft 30 years ago. It was afraid of water. You didn't even need to prepare anything. Just walk 3 meters away, open a bottle of my dong, and pour it on the person's face. This guy would be silenced. What kind of F***king technology was this? They didn't pursue innovation. Instead, they stuck to tradition for 30 years and passed down this stupid thing to their descendants. They even went against the Gotham police station. It could only be said that there was something wrong with this family's brains. Thea shook her head and didn't look at the serious-looking electric torturer anymore. She was afraid that she would laugh and affect her ladylike demeanor. She lowered her head and finished the black base and cheeseburger on her plate. Just when she thought that her days would continue like this, and when Master Batman returned home, she would completely retire to the second line. She could go home after robbing a windfall when no one was paying attention. However, someone came to talk to her. "Miss Quinn, the chief wants to see you in the meeting room." A police officer whose name Thea didn't know said to her. "Oh, okay." Why was he looking for her? Thea didn't understand. Could it be that Batman was back? However, she quickly shook her head. He wouldn't be back so soon. It would take a day for him to recover from his injuries. His spine was also broken. Even if he came out, he wouldn't be able to recover that quickly. She pushed the door open and entered the meeting room. Felicity, Robin, and Catwoman weren't there. Only Chief Gordon and Barbara were talking to a woman in black. "Thea, let me introduce you. This is Laura Michaels, a senior investigator of the Advanced Superhuman Joint Research Team. She's here for Killer Croc." Chief Gordon gave a simple introduction. "Oh, isn't this the Heaven's Eye Society? This woman is Laura, the future wife of John Diggle. She didn't have a wedding ring on her hand. Does this mean that they aren't together yet?" Theo looked at her face. She could be considered a character from the Green Arrow. She didn't expect that their first meeting would be in Gotham. "Nice to meet you." "Nice to meet you." The 2 women shook hands gently. It could be seen that Laura was still a little immature. She didn't look like a middle-aged woman with a dissatisfied face. She could barely be considered a mature woman now. Laura was also secretly observing the young man in front of her. She was ordered to take Killer Croc away this time. It was purely a coincidence that she met Thea. However, after learning more about her past, she made the decision to get in touch with her. Miss Quinn, I saw Killer Croc's frozen body just now. May I ask, how many days will it take for him to thaw under natural conditions? Why this question? Thea turned around and asked Chief Gordon. I'm going to sleep. Didn't Felicity tell you? Chief Gordon shook his head helplessly. He really forgot to ask. When he remembered, he couldn't find her. Laura asked him a few questions just now, but he didn't know anything. When he heard that Thea was eating, he quickly called her over after getting Lara's permission. Thea slapped her forehead. This muddle-headed guy really brought shame to Star City. She quickly coughed and said, ahem, in theory, under normal conditions, it will thaw after 3 days. This has nothing to do with the species of the body. Whether it's a giant or a dwarf, it will take 3 days. If it needs to regain consciousness, it will take 15 to 30 days for a normal person to regain their nerve activity. However, I haven't drawn blood from this guy before, so I can't say for sure. But it will take at least 5 days. When they heard that Killer Croc wouldn't be able to jump out of the ice immediately, Chief Gordon and Barbara were obviously relieved. Laura, on the other hand, nodded like a general. Chapter 69. Laura looked at Thea, who was speaking confidently, with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. The Sky's Eye Society had been paying attention to Gotham and Batman for a long time. As a billionaire, Batman had always been the target of their secret government organization. He was a pure earthling, with brains and methods, as well as money. At the same time, he benefited from the current system and was a natural collaborator with the government. His abilities were reflected in technological weapons, and he was usually a normal person, not uncontrollable like a mutant. Although the experts in the organization were very worried about Batman's mental state, they all wondered why this person had not gone crazy. In other words, this person could go crazy at any time, and it was up to them. In the end, after careful consideration, Amanda Waller, as one of the leaders of the organization, made the decision to maintain contact. This time, when they heard that Batman had disappeared and Gotham was in chaos, they did help him in his hour of need and made some investments in the future to rope him in. As for the killer crocodile, it was just a matter of convenience. If there were any, they would pull them away. If there were none, it would not affect the overall situation. However, when they understood the process of capturing the killer crocodile, they found out that there was someone among the participants who helped them in their hour of need. Thea's name naturally entered the Sky's Eye Society's attention. Although she covered it up quite well, it was still possible to find out where she came from. Moreover, for such a huge national organization, they could use all kinds of servers and look at the information of every organization. They might not be at Felicity's level, but they could easily pull out 5 or 6 hackers who were slightly worse than her, and easily found out her true identity. When the information was gathered to Amanda, she was also a little stunned. In this day and age, the only billionaire superhero was Batman. She did not expect another one to appear today, and it was a woman. This made Amanda, who was also a woman, inadvertently feel some recognition. She immediately raised the original mission level and sent her assistant, Laura, to Gotham to find out the latest information and gave the order to make initial contact. Miss Quinn, can you bring me to see the captured target? At this time, Laura had just taken off her military uniform and walked into the government office. Her expression was more stern than gentle, and those who did not know her would think that she was putting on airs. Of course, you can also call me Thea. Actually, looking at the target was just an excuse. He just wanted to send away the miscellaneous people and find a place where he could talk smoothly. Director Gordon was old and shrewd, so he could still understand. He grabbed Barbara, who still wanted to go in, and disappeared after saying goodbye. I heard from Director Gordon that it was your idea to encourage the citizens to participate in the war. What did you think? Don't you think that a lot of civilians will die? Lara's words were blunt, and even sounded like she was questioning him. However, Thea understood the nature of a soldier. The most important thing in the army was to fight together. In a war, everyone was a participant. It couldn't be said that fighting a war was the responsibility of the general, and the soldiers didn't care about it. Heroism was a taboo in the military. Even though Captain America was so powerful, he could only lead a small team to do bombings and assassinations. He was only given the rank of captain after he was suspected to have sacrificed himself. There will definitely be sacrifices, but the necessary sacrifices will allow more people to live and the city to restore order sooner. I think it's worth it. Thea hesitated for a moment, but she still revealed part of her true thoughts. The part that she didn't say was that it was none of her business whether these people lived or died. There might be good people in this city, but there really weren't many. The sooner the war was over, the sooner they could leave. Her answer didn't surprise Laura. On the contrary, it was very much what she wanted. As a government official, she didn't like superheroes. This group of people relied on their powerful abilities and basically didn't care about the government. Those who were calm would say a few words, and those who were bad would pretend to be deaf and mute. What if Batman doesn't agree with this method after he returns? Lara's question was even sharper. After all, Thea was an outsider. Gotham couldn't do anything without Batman. Now that the tiger wasn't home, she could do whatever she wanted, but what about when he came back? Thea really didn't think about this problem. Her original intention was to wait for her master to come back and then retreat. No matter how many people died, it had nothing to do with her. With Batman watching every day, how many people died? The policy of this city had to be changed, or the death rate would remain high. However, if she said this directly, it would make it seem like Batman didn't have a plan. Thea still wanted to maintain her image of being humble and cautious. If we can do something, I don't think he'll object. If there aren't any major problems during this period, the chaos in the city will be settled in a month. If it's not settled, it has nothing to do with me. Thea was prepared to retreat when the war was about to end. She had already told Felicity to focus on a few rich fugitives, such as Penguin. As long as they were alone, he. The two chatted as they walked, occasionally discussing their views on the current situation. Laura came with a mission, and Thea knew that this person would become the leader of the Heaven's Eye Society in the future. Furthermore, she was husband and wife with Diggle, and Diggle was good friends with Oliver. She really wasn't an outsider. As the two talked, their relationship gradually became closer. Thea told a few jokes that were suitable for the situation here, and it made her laugh. Laura also talked about her military life. When she mentioned missiles, Thea listened carefully for a long time and felt that missiles were more and more difficult to obtain. The military's management was too strict. Was she going to stay at the archery stage? Before Laura left, she said that she would stay in Gotham for a while, and hoped to talk again next time. Laura slowly walked into the car, and her expression changed from relaxed to serious. She connected the long-distance call. Amanda, the initial contact with the target has been completed. It's more optimistic than we expected. Oh, tell me more about it. The black woman in the camera, Amanda, showed a hint of curiosity. From the conversation, I can tell that she's very mature and has a lot of ideas. The most interesting thing is that her position is close to that of an anti-hero. She's against individual heroism, and she actually encouraged the citizens of Gotham to stand up against the thugs. I don't know if you've seen the pictures I sent you, but they've already set up a quarantine zone in the city. As Laura spoke, the serious expression on her face disappeared, and it was replaced by a teasing look. When Batman comes back, his expression will be very good to see. Amanda didn't say much, and she just nodded lightly. She changed the topic. What's Killer Croc trapped by? Do you know anything about it? The accompanying expert said that it's liquid nitrogen. I didn't expect her to use it as a weapon. To be honest, our experts are very impressed. the experts were more than impressed. They had already written a report to their superiors, and in the future, each person in the field would carry a few rounds. This thing was safe and environmentally friendly, and it was perfect for dealing with enemies of flesh and blood. Chapter 70. Thea was not surprised that she had caught the attention of the Heaven's Eye Society. It was only a matter of time. She was useful to them, and in turn, they could help her. Whether it was her mother's election or her own technological weapon, she needed a lot of connections. To put it in a more utilitarian way, she could become a hero and help her mother with the election. This was like handing over a hostage. As long as her mother was still working in the government, she could not do anything antisocial. At the same time, her heroic deeds would also give her mother more points, at least in the eyes of the country's upper echelons. After thinking about it, she realized that she did not say anything wrong and did not leave anything out. Relieved, she went to chat with Felicity. "Hey, Felicity, have you seen Catwoman in the past few days?" It had been 3 days since Lila transported the killer crocodile. Thea participated in a monster hunting activity organized by Bobla. The process could be described as uneventful. She used entanglement arrows to catch 15 lunatics who escaped from the mental hospital. In fact, these lunatics were quite happy. Each of them charged fearlessly into the spider web. It was as if they were there to die. After the mission, Thea was bored. It was a little awkward to go out alone, so she wanted to find a companion. Felicity was too weak and the city was too dangerous for her, so she thought of Catwoman. However, after looking around, she realized that Catwoman was nowhere to be found. No one had seen her in the past few days. That was why she asked the higher-ups. Catwoman. I don't know where she is either," Felicity said vaguely, shaking her head to emphasize the truth of her words. Something was wrong. Thea did not say anything. She only looked into Felicity's eyes. Felicity's eyes darted around and she muttered something, but she did not say anything about Catwoman's whereabouts. "You guys are quite loyal." Thea was too lazy to question them further. Anyway, it was impossible for the two of them to secretly side with Bane. Although the world was changing fast, it wasn't that fast. "Let's go to your room and drink." Felicity heaved a sigh of relief when Thea stopped asking. "Drink? Who's afraid of who? Come on." The two of them carried a few bottles of Gotham beer to Felicity's house. When they arrived at Gotham, Thea found out that Felicity had installed many games on her computer. Looking at the date of installation, it was when they came to Gotham to prepare their equipment. She was really not afraid at all. Did she think that they were here for a vacation? In fact, the two of them were here for a vacation. They were not the ones who were fighting at the front lines. Chief Gordon was so busy every day that his feet barely touched the ground. He had gradually recovered 1/3 of the city. As more and more police officers and ordinary citizens joined in, the recovery of the city was progressing like a rolling snowball. It was believed that this incident would be completely resolved in less than a month. The two of them were bored to death. Thea wanted to practice martial arts, but when she found someone, she realized that she was invincible in Gotham. Barbara would avoid her whenever she saw her. The cat girl's whereabouts were unknown, and Robin adhered to the sex rule of not fighting with women. He wouldn't do anything no matter what she said. As a result, Thea could only play games and drink to get by. Actually, she was also suffering in her heart. Perhaps, the two of them played until they were drunk and fell asleep unknowingly. Kill them all. Are you in pain? Are you afraid? My dear, save me, who's talking? What am I doing? Thea felt that there were many figures floating in front of her. Some she knew, some she didn't. A few of them seemed to be her friends from her previous life. Just as she was trying to recall, 2 more figures covered in blood walked past her. They were her mother and Malcolm. Why are they here? This is too strange. What's wrong with me? She shook her head hard. Her mother and Malcolm's shadows turned into old Robert and Oliver. Their faces were also covered in blood. Their bodies were slightly swollen, as if they had been soaked in water for a long time. Why is Oliver here? He can't be here. This is too illogical. I haven't even gone to look for him, and he's already here. What a joke. Thea finally realized that there was something wrong with her. She tried to use the breathing technique taught by Madame Shiva to calm herself down and adjust her thoughts. However, there was little effect. This made her confused again. It didn't seem to be her own problem. Even if she closed her eyes, she could still feel something floating past her. Did I meet a ghost? Where am I? I seem to remember being in Gotham. What am I doing in Gotham? She tried to recall. As her memory slowly recovered, her body gradually regained some mobility. Thea stumbled to her feet. She looked at her surroundings and the woman on the ground. Her focus was a little messy. This woman is Felicity. Something happened to her too. She could smell a pungent smell in her nose. It was a mixture of musk and some chemicals. However, Thea didn't have the time to care about this. She felt that as she inhaled the pungent gas, she was hallucinating again. It was as if there were a bunch of people fighting in her mind. She was in a daze, but subconsciously, she knew that she couldn't stay here for too long. The more gas she absorbed, the stronger the hallucinations would be. She opened her backpack and carried all her equipment on her back. She tied Felicity to one side of the skateboard and slowly climbed to the other side. She fixed her body and silently chanted to fly up. The skateboard shot out of the door like an arrow, silently hovering in the air 300 meters above the ground. It seems that the effect of the mysterious gas is concentrated on the ground. Being blown by the cool wind in the sky, Sia gradually regains some consciousness. She finds that it is dark all around, and the moon is nowhere to be seen. She can only feel the thick dark clouds pressing down on the ground. Is it already night? While no one was paying attention to her, Thea hurriedly drove the skateboard away from the area. When she couldn't smell the gas anymore, she lowered her altitude and found a house. She barged in without knocking. She looked around the house. It was empty. She found some cold water to wash her face. She felt lucky. She didn't know if something had happened to the others, but she knew that she had barely escaped. She turned around to take care of Felicity. The girl was lying on the skateboard, sweating profusely, as if she was having a nightmare. She kept murmuring, "Don't go." Sia wiped her face with a towel, but after 2 minutes, she felt that the skin on her face was about to break, but she didn't wake up. Looking at her red face, Lin Sanju knew that it wasn't because of shyness, but because the capillaries on her face had ruptured. Thea was a little embarrassed. It seemed that the gas was quite high-end. The traditional method of pouring cold water didn't work. Was she going to have to find an antidote? Lin Sanji stretched her body. Although she wasn't at her peak, she had recovered about 80%. She still had to go back. Whether it was to find an antidote or to save her companions, she had to go back. This time, she had more time. She changed her clothes, put on her glasses, and carried her bow. To prevent the damn gas, she even put on 3 layers of masks. She didn't know if they were effective or if they would come in contact with her skin, but she covered herself up tightly. She opened the door and jumped on the skateboard. Chapter 71. The cold wind and the high altitude of the night was like a knife, causing Sia's exposed skin to ache faintly. But at this time, she was no longer in the mood to pay attention to this. She still had not figured out who was behind tonight's incident. Could she find the antidote to save Felicity? Were Batman's teammates also trapped in the school? She had no idea where Director Gordon was. So many questions gathered together that her beautiful eyebrows furrowed. At the same time, she swore to herself that no matter who started this incident, she would kill that person. Returning to the sky above the school, she could see that the entire area was shrouded in a layer of light green gas under the faint moonlight. The lively place a few days ago now gave off a feeling of dead silence and gloom. Thea lowered her altitude and observed carefully. With the faint light, she could see a few burly men patrolling the camp from time to time with automatic weapons. They seemed to be wearing gas masks. That means the poison gas is spread through the respiratory system. Thea remembered the movements of these people and was ready to snatch two of them when they retreated. The skateboard flew over their heads silently and was not noticed by the patrolling soldiers. Many people had this problem. A normal person's line of sight was 120 degrees in front of them. People without the Byakugan Sharingan would not look above their heads for no reason. In the movies, the secret agents hiding on the ceiling were similar to how Thea flew over their heads under the cover of the night. Thea did not spend too much time on the periphery and went straight to the brightest room. This time, she was very careful. She controlled the skateboard and gently floated into the room. It seemed to be a lecture hall. Thea instantly saw Chief Gordon, who had white hair and was wearing a khaki coat, in front of the classroom. The red-haired woman next to him seemed to be Barbara. The two of them were unconscious and tied to chairs back to back. Perhaps they did not realize that someone had escaped and then came back. The security was very lax. There were only two guards, one in the north and one in the south. The guard near Thea was cursing from time to time, and the guard a little further away was dozing off. Looking around, Thea did not find any ambush. She did not act rashly. She slowly exited the room, preparing to find the others first before rescuing them together. Not long after, she found Robin in the crowd. The young man had lost his usual vigor and was lying on the grass with a group of townsfolk. Although he was in a deep sleep, his face showed signs of shock from time to time. After circling around the camp, Thea was a little confused. Where did Catwoman go? Was she not at the camp? Let's hope she's blessed by the heavens. After counting the number of people, Catwoman wasn't around. Gordon and his daughter, Robin, and himself, the four of them could barely stay within the weight-bearing range of the skateboard. If there was another person, it would be hard to say if they could fly. Just as she was about to go back to rescue Gordon and his daughter and then come out to rescue Robin, she found an unexpected figure in the crowd. Why is she here? Lara's appearance put Thea in a difficult position. She had to rescue this person, but having one more target did not mean that she could take away all of the skateboards. She could only give up one target and take away the remaining three. Who should she choose? Thea felt that it was a little difficult for her to make a choice. They were all acquaintances, so she should rescue all of them. However, reality was cruel. She could only choose to give up on someone. There were no guards around Laura and Robin. Presumably, both of them were wearing civilian clothes and were not conspicuous. They were placed in the crowd as ordinary townsfolk. These two people could be said to be the easiest to save. What if she transported them out first and then came back? This idea was very tempting, but Thea quickly gave up on it. She had not been discovered the first time she came in, and the second time she came in without being discovered. It was impossible for her to be so lucky every time. She was only using the cover of the night and was not invisible. This went back to the original question. Who should she give up on? Chief Gordon was currently the golden calf, so she had to rescue him. Although his combat ability was weak, his position as chief was too important. With his presence, she could gather the remaining police forces in the city. Previously, according to the plan, he had already recovered 1/3 of the city. Many police officers had been scattered and were not gathered in the campus. As long as he raised the flag, he could quickly gather many police officers to help. The next one was Laura. As Amanda's deputy and the future leader of the Sky's Eye Society, she had to be rescued. Like the old chief, she was also the type of person who was weak in combat but had a strong appeal. Through her, she could get a lot of support from the Sky's Eye Society. This was very important for her, who had not found the mastermind behind the scenes. Besides, he didn't want to offend Amanda, who had black hair, black eyes, and skin that wasn't too dark. She was ruthless and held a high position. If he wanted to continue working here, he would have to suck up to her a little. Rescuing her assistant would be considered a great achievement. Who should she give the remaining spot to? Although Thea did not like Barbara from the bottom of her heart, she still decided to give up on Robin. After all, a lone girl with a 70 out of 100 appearance was too dangerous in this kind of environment. Although foreigners did not care about that, there were so many perverts in Gotham. Who knew what would happen to her? Robin had thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a thin body. To be honest, his appearance, figure, knowledge, and speech did not fit the aesthetic standards of this place. It was really a miracle that Barbara would fall for him. Presumably, no perverted girl would fall for him. She hoped that he could keep his thing. Actually, even if he could not keep it, she would not lose anything. She silently wished Robin the best. Take care. It's not that I don't want to save you, but there's no more space on the bus. While the patrolling guards were far away, Thea quickly tied Laura to the side of the skateboard and turned around to save Gordon and his daughter. When she returned to the lecture hall, the two guards were still in their original positions. Thea got off the skateboard and used the Assassin League stealth techniques that old Ma taught her to slowly approach them. Their walkie-talkies were very close to their hands. If she did not incapacitate them immediately, she would be exposed. After thinking about it, she gave up on the idea of cutting their throats. Firstly, she was afraid that she would be covered in blood. Secondly, stealth was not that awesome. She only used the visual difference in light and darkness. This was not stealth, so it was impossible for her to walk up to them without them noticing. Thea walked to a dark corner and found a good angle. She did not use the high-tech arrowheads. Instead, she took out the arrowheads with anesthetic. The dosage of each arrowhead was enough to knock out an elephant. She aimed at the guard who had his back facing her and was still talking non-stop. Whoosh! The arrow flew past. The guard felt a chill on his neck. He did not say anything and slowly fell to the ground. Before he fell asleep, he saw a blurry figure behind him. He wanted to warn his companion, but his mouth was completely out of control. His fall alerted the guard who was dozing off not far away. Before he could understand the situation, he saw a white light gradually expand in his eyes. Although he tried his best to dodge, he was still stabbed in the shoulder. After a moment of numbness, he lost consciousness. Chapter 72. After killing the guards with 2 arrows, Thea immediately walked to the 2 of them and pulled off their gas masks. She could feel that she was affected by the gas again. She could only use about 60% of her strength now. He picked up the gas masks and looked at them. Even though he knew that wearing them would prevent the poisonous gas from entering his body, he still felt a little disgusted when he thought about how they were taken from their faces. He wanted to end this quickly, so he didn't wear them. He put the 2 masks into his backpack and took them back for testing. Maybe he could find the composition of the poisonous gas. She couldn't stay here for too long. Thea walked to the chair where Gordon and Bobla were sitting. These people seemed to know that he was an important person. They tied the old director and Bobla up tightly with a big chain. She couldn't open the door with her small arms and legs. She searched the 2 guards but couldn't find the key. Time waits for no one. Thea didn't know if there were any surveillance cameras in the room. She controlled the skateboard to float over and pulled out a chain from the outside. This thing was originally used for emergencies. The chain could bear 500 kilograms of weight. She apologized to the old director in her heart. She took the chain that came with the skateboard and tied it around the chair twice. She then connected it to the original chain on their bodies. The messy way of tying them made them look even more artistic. From afar, they looked like dumplings. She controlled the skateboard to drag Gordon and Bobla out of the door slowly. Thea pushed from behind. The space on the skateboard was too small. Besides, Lila was already tied up. There was no place for the father and daughter. Referring to Brother Asen's glorious deeds, there were no more seats in the car. The two of them could just take the ticket. Since they were unconscious, they probably wouldn't mind. The door frame was too low. She could float out with the skateboard close to the ground. However, she couldn't bring these people with her. She didn't want to make too much noise. It was best to come and go quietly. She might have a chance to save Robin. But Murphy's Law was magical. When you hoped that something would not be discovered, there would be countless onlookers. Hurry up, hurry up. Someone broke in. Before Thea reached the door, she heard the footsteps of more than 10 people. It seemed like there were surveillance cameras in this place. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to be so fast. Without any hesitation, he jumped onto the skateboard. Without caring about whether Gordon and his daughter would be injured, he rushed out of the door at full speed. In this distance of less than 30 meters, sounds of bang, dong, and bang could be heard from time to time. Just like how Mongolian nobles executed criminals in the past, Sia dragged the two of them out of the room without a care in the world. Then, under the surprised eyes of several guards who rushed over after hearing the news, she soared into the sky with a whoosh. From time to time, gunshots could be heard from below. Bang! Bang! At this time, Thea had already leaped to a height of 300 meters. Of course, she could continue to pull up. With her fear of death and the performance of the skateboard, she could go up to 500 meters. However, she was afraid that the two people who were sitting on the ticket would not be able to hold on. She had an antiviral suit, but they did not. She glanced sideways at Laura. The mature woman seemed to be uncomfortable and twisted from time to time. She was very kind to Amanda. This was considered first-class treatment for her assistant. Compared to the two people below, the word miserable could not describe it. At this time, Gordon and his daughter's faces were covered in blood. At first, Thea was shocked, but she quickly realized that this was not caused by the high-altitude air pressure. Barbara's forehead was swollen, and one of Gordon's leather shoes had fallen off, revealing a half-new and half-old sock. This was the plight of a single old man. Thea cursed Barbara in her heart for being unfilial to her father. She did not buy him a pair of socks. Instead, she fooled around with Robin every day. Poor old Gordon, who raised you with so much effort. After dodging a rocket, Thea knew that she could not save Robin. The searchlights below had been set up. At a glance, there were 30 to 40 people, all armed. However, they did not have any experience in aerial combat, so they could only shoot at the sky with their guns. Sigh. Thea sighed. They could not kill their way up, and she could not go down. She could only wish that Robin would be able to survive until she and the others came to save him. Thea brought them back to their temporary residence and found that Felicity was still unconscious. The antidote was still far away. Just as Thea was about to go back and capture them alive for interrogation, Laura slowly woke up. Who captured me? What's your purpose? I won't say anything. Laura stuttered as she tried to stand up. However, she failed every time she tried. She was the first person other than herself to wake up. Did this mean that she could recover on her own without the antidote? She was able to wake up because of her special agent training. She drank coffee and anesthetic every day, which raised her poison resistance to an inhuman level. How did she wake up? Did she rely on her strong willpower and abundant stamina? Thea was not sure, but she still grabbed Lara's shoulders. Look carefully. I'm Thea Quinn. We met 2 days ago. You were attacked by the poison gas. This is the room I found. She did not know if Lara heard her clearly. She could see that Lara was adjusting her focus, trying to see the face of the person in front of her. Thea did not have any antidote on hand. Even if she did, she would not dare to use it recklessly. She could only use the old method, which was to get a basin of cold water and wipe Lara's face with a towel. Perhaps Thea was not used to taking care of people, or perhaps Lara was not used to being passive. She weakly pushed Thea away, took a deep breath, and plunged into the basin. It had to be said that her movements were clean and neat, and she really had the bearing of a female soldier. If it weren't for the fact that she was facing Sia, she would have applauded her. This person exuded a valiant aura, and it was a stark contrast to the haggard middle-aged woman with a face full of unfulfilled desires. Time really was a butcher's knife. With a splash, Lila raised her head abruptly, wiped the water off her face, and glared at Sia fiercely. After a while, her brain finally reacted. The person in front of her didn't seem to be an enemy. You're Thea. Where am I? Where are the others? Where are my men? Although she knew this person, she did not know if there was a conspiracy. She remained vigilant, ready to attack at any time. It seemed that she did not hear what she said just now. Thea sighed and told her what happened. That's what happened. There are only a few people here, and they are all unconscious. Only you and I are awake. When I pulled you back, I did not see your men. Of course, even if I saw them, I wouldn't recognize them. Chapter 73. Lila did not have the energy to care about Felicia's joke. Even though she could only see 2 figures in front of her, she still forced herself to stand up and lean against the wall while looking around. It was a very ordinary house. The furniture was old and broken, and there were some miscellaneous items scattered on the ground. Perhaps the owner had left in a hurry, but after a long observation, Lila realized that this place was very ordinary and did not look like a prison. The dark night outside the window also showed that this was not a prison cell. Lila's worries were mostly relieved. If you can still walk, follow me outside to take a look. They've been unconscious all this time. I really can't do anything about it. Sia was exhausted after saying those few words. She had entered the poisonous gas area twice in a row, and both times she had engaged in intense fighting and killing. Her intake per unit of time was much higher than the rest of them who had fainted and fallen to the ground. She was barely holding on with her strong willpower. Lila naturally saw Felicia's pale face and sweaty forehead. She endured the discomfort in her body silently. As a former soldier and now a high-level agent, she could not say that her legs were as weak as noodles. If she was compared to a 16-year-old girl, she would be ashamed of the days when she drank anesthetics like coffee. However, she did not have the energy to speak. She just nodded and followed Thea to another bedroom. This room was basically the same as the one she was in, but it was bigger. There was a woman lying on the bed in the room. Lila had never seen Thea in person before. She had only seen her picture, which was attached to Thea's profile. At first, she did not recognize the woman who had taken off her glasses and had a red face. However, she soon realized that she was Thea's partner. As for her name, she could not remember. The other 2 people in the room were not treated so well. Their clothes were ragged and their faces were swollen. Looking at their miserable appearance, Lara unconsciously touched her own face. She couldn't help but think, am I like this too? Although she looked average, she did not want to be disfigured. She felt that there was nothing wrong with her face, so she began to carefully examine the 2. Of the 2, Lara recognized Captain Gordon immediately because his outfit was too old-fashioned. He was wearing a beige coat that had not changed for decades. Even though the journey had been a bumpy one, his trademark glasses were still on his face. He was the only person in the whole of Gotham who was so unique and dressed so superbly in the 21st century. From time to time, a few illusory figures would appear in front of Lara's eyes. Some of them were her family members, and some were her former comrades. She knew that this was her hallucination. She shook her head hard and vaguely saw two people tied together. She thought to herself that the red-haired woman beside the old director should be his daughter. She couldn't possibly be the old director's lover who was caught and tied up. Do you have any idea how to wake them up? Thea asked when she saw that Lila had been in the room for a long time. What can I do? Lila did not force herself. She leaned against the wall and slowly sat on the ground. She used to be a soldier, and her current job was more of an administrative one. She did not know how to answer such a professional question. Moreover, her mind was sometimes clear and sometimes confused. Even if she knew, she could not remember. I don't have any idea. Hey, that's not right. Didn't you wake me up? No, you woke up on your own. Thea stopped shaking her head. The more she shook, the more dizzy she felt. She waved her hand at Lila. Although she did a lot of good deeds and did not leave her name, she was not the one who did it this time. Who knows how she woke up? Then how did you wake up? Lila was now in the mood to get to the bottom of it. Thea vaguely felt that her strong spiritual power had played a role. At the same time, her physique had also reached a higher level. After all, she had trained hard for the past year. With the help of her body and spiritual power, she was not completely knocked out by the poisonous gas. However, it was too troublesome to explain, so she could only continue to say that she did not know. The two of them did not talk about any practical solutions to the problem at hand. Theo looked at the few people who were as dizzy as dead pigs and did not know what to do. She was a little depressed. Since the two of them did not have any ideas, they could only ask for help from outsiders. Although Thea did not know many people, Lila was a senior figure in a government organization. Can you find some people to help? In fact, she did not need to ask Lila to think of this problem. She took off her military uniform and joined the Secret Service organization. Why did she work so hard to climb to a high position? Wasn't it so that the organization could give her a hand at this critical moment? Although this organization was particular about abandoning people at the drop of a hat, and the human feelings had dropped to the negatives, he was still the leader's deputy and was considered a high-ranking member. If he didn't even save someone of his rank, then he should just disband. She did not hide it from Thea. She took out her phone and started to communicate with the person on the other end of the line. The password was a combination of a lot of numbers and letters. The password was different every day, so she was not afraid that Thea would hear any secrets. In fact, it was not easy to be a Secret Service agent, especially a senior member like her. Every morning, when she received the day's secret communication order, she had to memorize it for half a day. Then, she would forget it at night because the order would be changed the next day. If she remembered a letter wrong, then there would be a big joke. Naturally, Thea was not in the mood to listen to her. To avoid arousing suspicion, she walked to the window and opened it to let the night breeze into the room. With 5 living people in such a small room, Thea and Lila were sweating. Gordon and his daughter were half covered in soil and half covered in blood. The smell in the room was terrible. Amanda, something's happened to me here. I can't move now. Search for my location and send someone here quickly. Although she was a little far away, her voice still reached Sia's ears as usual. She was contacting Amanda. It seemed that the two of them had a good relationship. After all, not everyone would be able to contact the leader directly when something happened to them. She hoped that the person sent would be an elite. Not long after, the call ended. My people will be here soon. Hang in there. Lila put down the phone. She still had some confidence in the organization's searchability. She relaxed a little and said that casually. It was not clear whether she was comforting Thea or encouraging herself. The reinforcements came quickly. 4 agents in black suits and sunglasses found the place in no time. The leader handed over his identification. After Lila checked that there were no mistakes, she ordered them to take the people in the room away first so that she could still walk out. The agents obeyed her orders. Felicity was easy to deal with. She wrapped her up in a sheet and threw her into the car like a dead pig. Chapter 74. When they were about to transport Gordon and his daughter, they ran into a small problem. The criminals also knew that this was an important person, so they had tied them up very tightly. Then, Sia had tied them up twice. Finally, when the iron chains clashed with each other during the air transport, the 2 of them were tied up like a ball of thread. The few agents did not know the inside story, so they were all surprised that the criminals tied them up in such a non-mainstream way. Fortunately, they kept quiet and didn't ask any questions. Thea had already made up a lie. She couldn't tell them that the criminals tied them up properly and that this was the product of her post-processing. Since they didn't ask, they assumed it was the criminals who did it. Although the 4 burly men could easily carry the father and daughter away and load them into the car, it would show how incompetent they were. Especially in front of Laura, who was one of the higher-ups in the organization, they had to show off their contributions. If they didn't show off now, when would they? The leading agent gave the 2 behind him a look. Soon, the 2 came in with all kinds of electric saws, hammers, and welding tools. After working for half an hour, the 4 burly men finally managed to remove the chains from Gordon and his daughter. It was worth mentioning that the old director had woken up in the last 2 minutes of the iron chain being unchained. Perhaps it was because he had been kidnapped by a variety of bad guys over the years, but now that he was old, his body inevitably showed signs of aging, which was why he had been in a coma for such a long time. When he opened his eyes and saw several men in black holding electric saws and welding tools around him, he wasn't surprised at all. He shouted very naturally, "Come at me. Don't touch my daughter." The agents were dumbfounded. As their leader, Laura hurriedly explained the situation to them. However, Gordon didn't have much trust in the government. He was still wondering if they were the ones behind this. To be able to knock out the entire campus so easily, ordinary people wouldn't be able to get their hands on such a powerful poison gas. The Heaven's Eye Society was the most suspicious. Laura didn't know whether to laugh or cry when she saw the suspicion in his eyes. She also realized how suspicious she was of Thea when she first woke up. It was human nature. Laura suddenly thought of her own experience. She pulled Thea over and told the old director about it. "Thank you, Miss Thea. I don't know what to say about your selfless help." Gordon had already figured out the situation. The people around him weren't bad guys. The electric saws and welding tools looked scary, but they were all there to help him untie the chains. He could tell that they were very old. Besides, he had a good impression of Thea. There was no need for her to team up with the government agents to kidnap him and his daughter. In fact, he thought that Thea didn't care about his family's money. She was the heir of a large financial group and had given him the opportunity to become famous. She didn't care about fame or fortune. She came all the way here to help him. It was not honest of him to suspect her for no reason. However, his acceptance of reality was still a shock to Laura. "You didn't believe me at all when I tried to persuade you on behalf of the organization. How can you believe someone else's words? Is our organization's reputation that low?" Gordon wasn't an ordinary person. He was a police chief with a population of tens of millions. He was a well-known figure in society. Laura was ready to go back and advise Amanda to improve the situation. No matter what the truth was, they should at least do a better job of keeping up appearances. Otherwise, let alone ordinary people, even the high-ranking officials wouldn't trust them. They should just go back to their own homes. The four of them drove 2 cars. Thea had almost recovered and didn't sit in their car. Instead, she got on the skateboard and followed behind them. This was the first time Laura saw her skateboard. She had only heard about it before, but now that she saw the real thing, she was stunned. It wasn't difficult to make this thing. At least for an organization like theirs that received funding from the government, they could definitely make it with a lot of USD. What was difficult was the design concept. Could this kind of equipment be used in the front line? Laura thought about it and felt that it was a little difficult. She knew that this thing wasn't cheap. It was useless in small quantities. It would be easy to get into conflicts if she gave it to someone else. If she gave it to someone else, would her organization have enough money? Thea followed behind the car for half an hour and arrived at a group of villas that weren't very big. It was very cold and quiet, and there was a sense that no one was allowed to enter. "This is our base in Gotham. Please come in." Laura rested for half a day. Relying on her young body and high resistance to poison, she had basically recovered her mobility. She was no longer in the miserable state she was in when she ate too much at the buffet. Director Gordon was still unable to walk, but he didn't need anyone to help him. He got himself a walking stick and walked in shakily. There were specialized medical personnel in the base. They checked the 2 sleeping beauties who were still unconscious and concluded that they were fine and would wake up soon. However, they didn't know how long it would take. As they didn't know what caused them to faint, they couldn't be sure. They also took blood samples for the 3 people who had woken up. Before the results were out, no one dared to drug them. They could only get a glucose drip to replenish their water. Just as they were about to leave, Thea took out the 2 gas masks from her backpack and handed them to them. "This is the mask that the criminals wear. I don't know if it's a regular product, but I think it's specially made. You guys should take it and test it. Hurry up and analyze it." Laura didn't wait for them to reply and immediately gave the order. She had been tormented so much that she had forgotten what she wanted to do when she first went to the campus. She had never been so embarrassed in her life. She just wanted to find the mastermind behind this and shoot him twice with her handgun from the bottom up. Then, she would talk about other things. Laura still had to arrange the work, so she got up and left after a while. Thea and Gordon looked at the 2 sleeping beauties and wondered when they would wake up. Felicity should have woken up a long time ago. She could be said to have inhaled the least amount of poison among them. However, the doctor said that it was related to one's body constitution. This made Thea a little worried. After all, she didn't have a body constitution. This girl didn't even train. God knows how bad her body constitution was. Bobla did train a lot, but she couldn't withstand the amount of poison she inhaled. After being dragged around by Thea, there was still a big bump on her head. Just now, the medical personnel looked at the bump strangely. They couldn't understand why the girl was beaten up when she was unconscious. In the end, they could only conclude that the criminals had gone crazy. Just as Thea was thinking about starting a bet and guessing who would wake up first, Felicity didn't disappoint the people of Star City and woke up first. Chapter 75. It would be an exaggeration to say that she had woken up. Felicity was actually still in a semi-conscious state. She kept mumbling things like, "Daddy, Mommy, don't go." Under Gordon's anxious gaze, Barbara woke up in less than half a minute, and the old director heaved a sigh of relief. Although Barbara woke up later, her constitution was far stronger than Felicity's. After all, she had trained hard before. The reason why she woke up later than Felicity was mainly because she had inhaled too much oxygen. In addition, someone had dragged her all the way here, and she was still feeling dizzy. The medical staff quickly injected the 2 of them with some injections to increase their stamina and speed up their recovery. After a preliminary analysis by a few pharmacologists, although most of the drugs couldn't be used, some antibacterial and anti-inflammatory drugs wouldn't conflict with their recovery. This was especially so when they saw the huge bump on Barbara's head. If they didn't give her some medicine in time, she would really be disfigured. Although she was still a little weak, Barbara recovered at lightning speed. She could already see her biological father in front of her clearly and could speak intermittently. Felicity, on the other hand, was in a much worse state. She was still in a semi-conscious state. However, it was a good thing that she could wake up. Thea felt that the medical staff were really resourceful. It was much better than her method of waking someone up by pouring cold water on them. "Daddy, where are we?" Barbara gradually regained consciousness. She looked around in confusion. This wasn't where they were before. "Where are we?" Gordon also didn't know where this place was. He was also sent here in a daze. At his age, his recovery speed naturally wasn't as fast as a young person's. However, in order to let his daughter recover in peace, he made up a lie that wasn't really a lie. "This is a secret location. It's very safe here." "Where's Robin?" Barbara looked around and didn't see her boyfriend. She felt a little uneasy and hurriedly asked her father. Oh, only then did Gordon realize that Robin wasn't around. Thea didn't mention anything just now. Could it be that they didn't manage to save him? He turned his head and gave Thea a questioning look. What could Thea say? He could only shake his head gently. "Robin is still in the school. We'll rescue him later." Chief Gordon was generally supportive of Robin's relationship with his daughter. However, he was somewhat displeased with his son-in-law, so he was not angry at Sia for not rescuing Robin. Instead, he felt that the kid should be taught a lesson. Otherwise, most people in this world would forget their fathers when they had a man, and forget their mothers when they got a wife. When Barbara heard that her boyfriend hadn't come out, she didn't know who had fished her out. She was a little anxious and worried, and fainted again under the multiple blows. They watched as Gordon hugged his daughter and cried, "Barbara, wake up, open your eyes." Thea felt her teeth ache. She had only fainted, not died. There was no need to be so dramatic. Since both of them were awake, her efforts tonight weren't in vain. She turned around and walked out of the room to find the researchers in the laboratory to see if they had analyzed the composition of the poisonous gas. If possible, she still had to rescue Robin. Besides, Catwoman was nowhere to be found. At the same time, Laura walked into a sealed room and gave a long password. Amanda's dark face appeared on the monitor. Laura, you're recovering fast. Thank you for your concern, sir." Both of them didn't want to waste time and quickly got to the point. "Sir, this is the blood test report for me, Thea, and Gordon. The amount of poisonous gas in our blood is beyond what a human body can tolerate. Gordon and I inhaled about the same amount. I'm better than Gordon because I'm trained, but Thea's is much more than the two of us." Laura held the report in her hand and reported in a low voice. "Then what do you mean? Is she a psychic?" Amanda asked noncommittally. "On the contrary, her blood, cells, and hemoglobin are all at the level of a normal human. Her body can withstand such a huge burden, but she can still fight fiercely and save 3 people. This only shows how strong her willpower is. At least, if it were me, I wouldn't be able to do it." Agents were very pragmatic people. They knew the limits of their abilities. If they could do it, they could, and if they couldn't, they couldn't. If they didn't have the ability to complete the mission and force themselves to do it, they would end up killing a lot of people. That was why Laura admitted that she didn't have the willpower to do it. She couldn't even walk 2 steps, let alone fight the enemy. "You must be kidding." "Oh." Amanda didn't feel anything special because it wasn't like there weren't people like that. Some people relied on their strong willpower to do incredible things. People like that existed in the military and in other places. Batman was a living example. He was attacked by poisonous gas many times. Although it was ugly, he managed to escape every time. Comparing Bruce and Thea's past experiences, Amanda looked for similarities between the two. She found a lot. First of all, they were very rich. At least, they were richer than her, who worked her way up from the military for a fixed salary. Secondly, their families suffered terrible misfortunes and they were surrounded by wolves. The only difference between the two was that Star City was brighter, while Gotham was darker. Could it be that it was easier for the children of rich families to become superheroes? Amanda couldn't help but have this thought. Should she find a few more of them to test in the future? They weren't greedy for money, they weren't afraid of death, and their hearts were filled with ideals. This was quite suitable for her organization. Stopping her thoughts, Amanda asked Lara, "What's your conclusion? Do you think she fits our criteria?" "Yes, I think she fits, at least, more than Batman. She can be a partner of the Heaven's Eye Society," Lara said with certainty. "I understand," Amanda said and turned off the long-distance call. She sat on the chair and looked at the document in her hand. Thea's mother, Moira, had officially submitted to the government to participate in the next mayoral election. Currently, she was far ahead of the other candidate in the polls. Her policy wasn't complicated. It was to restore employment and develop new economic growth points. Amanda used to treat these empty words as waste paper, but this time, because of the little butterfly Thea, she had to take it seriously. If Moira was successfully elected, she would enter the eyes of the country's highest ruler. As a secret organization of the government, she would naturally be on the same side as Amanda. At the same time, she could also pull Thea, the superhero, to the government's side. From this point of view, Thea was indeed more suitable than Batman, who was mentally unstable and might go crazy at any time. Chapter 76. Through Lara's judgment and her own analysis, she finally made up her mind. She took out a document and added Thea Quinn after Bruce Wayne's name at the beginning of the document. The mission of the Heavenly Eye Society was to be responsible for the safety of the entire human race. Its full name was the Advanced Superhuman Joint Research Group. It was originally created by Air Force Colonel Steve Trevor, but as time passed and the relationship between Steve and Wonder Woman grew, the organization became more and more hostile to the government and financial groups. Amanda, this shrewd and ruthless woman, entered the eyes of the upper echelons at this time. Using all kinds of righteous excuses, she diverted a lot of resources from Steve. Although the leader of the organization was still Steve, as the number of supporters increased, she had also become an important figure in the Heavenly Eye Society. As a newcomer without any background or experience, Amanda had to constantly strengthen her authority to obtain more resources. She urgently needed more contributions to reach the highest point of the Heaven's Eye Society. She wanted to take in the super criminals locked up by the organization for her own use. After all, many of the missions were dangerous and cold-blooded, and it was difficult to send ordinary soldiers or agents to complete them. At this time, she needed these villains to do the dirty work, but these people would not bow down easily. She desperately needed some superheroes that she could influence to deter these villains. Originally, Batman was a very good choice, but now, Thea seemed to be a good choice. Batman was more mature, but he was mentally unstable and did not like those in power. Thea was young and inexperienced, but her mother was about to enter the upper echelons, so the chances of her betrayal were very small. Should she choose someone with more experience or someone she could trust? These two choices made it difficult for her to choose. Luckily, there was still plenty of time, so she could only put this problem aside. Lila walked out of the room and let out a long sigh in the dark night. She vaguely knew about Amanda's plan, but she didn't know how her report would affect Sia, a girl she could get along with. Whether it was good or bad, she could only let time tell. She was just reporting according to what she had observed. "Sir, the other two have woken up." An agent waited outside the door for a while and immediately reported when he saw her coming out. Got it. Laura nodded. Since they were awake, she would go and visit them. She walked to the door and was about to push it open when she heard the conversation between the father and daughter. Dad, Robin is in danger now, you know. That guy from Star City should have saved Robin instead of saving this unknown woman. If Robin was here, we could have gone back to save everyone. Barbara complained to Chief Gordon in the room. The guy from Star City she was referring to was Miss Thea. After all, she was her savior, and it was inappropriate to use her to describe her. She didn't want to use honorifics either. In the end, she chose a vague guy from Star City instead. Chief Gordon didn't think that there was a problem with this rescue mission. He knew Lara's identity, and it was already good enough that he had saved all that he could. As for Robin, he really didn't think that he would be of much use. It was true that he could fight, but how many people could he fight? 5 or 10. In this kind of situation, it was actually useless. Only his own daughter was treated like a treasure. If they had saved Robin, who knows where they would be hiding now? How could there be such a spacious villa for them to rest in, with 6 or 7 medical staff busily taking care of them? However, for the sake of his daughter, he didn't say anything. Just because he didn't say anything didn't mean that Laura wouldn't say anything. At first, Laura didn't understand what was going on, but when she heard unknown woman, she thought about it a few times and realized that it was referring to her. What do you mean? Shouldn't you save me? Should you leave me in the hands of the criminals? Should I die just because your boyfriend is worth saving? Don't fall into my hands, you *TCH, or you'll regret being born. Laura climbed to a high position in the Sky Eye Society, where good people mixed with bad people. She wasn't a good-tempered person, and she had a lot of bad intentions in her heart. Women were all good at acting. She pretended as if nothing had happened and knocked on the door. She expressed her concern to Gordon and his daughter before leaving. When she returned to her room, she took out a report and started writing. This document was her original purpose, which was to evaluate the abilities, personalities, and preferences of Batman's team members. When she drew Barbara's piece of paper, Laura sneered and started writing without thinking. Of course, she wouldn't write about Barbara in a particularly bad way. That would be seen through at a glance, and it would seem that she was taking revenge, which would affect her career. The adjectives she used were all good words, such as warm-hearted, courageous, and eager for justice. She wrote a large piece of paper. These words were good words for publicity, but in the eyes of the Special Battlefront, especially a black-hearted woman like Amanda, these words were synonymous with idiocy, and especially idiocy. If it was a report from Batman or Thea, she might have verified it, but for a second or third-tier hero like Barbara, she basically just read it, signed it, and stored it. She didn't have the energy to verify it. Whatever her subordinate said was the truth, not to mention a subordinate of Lara's level. Even if she found a mistake, she wouldn't take it seriously. She couldn't see any problems now, but when she encountered something more troublesome in the future and needed a hot-blooded hero to charge at the front, this file would play a role in adding fuel to the fire. Just as Laura was thinking about how to write a 500-word review with a pen in her mouth, a subordinate knocked on the door. "Sir, Miss Thea is back." Back? When did she go out? What did she do? This was the bad thing about this group of heroes. They were too independent. She had only been here for a short period of time, and this person had already run out. Where is she? Lara's head was full of question marks, and she thought that she had to have a good talk with her about discipline. In the interrogation room, Miss Thea captured someone alive. The subordinate's face was full of excitement. Oh, amazing! That was the only way Laura could express her feelings now. It hadn't even been 20 minutes, and she had killed another round. What a fierce woman. What kind of grudge do you have with this group of criminals? You've killed 3 rounds in one night. Actually, Thea wasn't as fierce as she thought. She just felt that she was basically invincible in the air, so she flew over boldly. Before she left, she specially went to get a gas mask that was said to have the strongest effect in the Heaven's Eye Association. Although it wasn't targeted, it was better in terms of overall protection. However, it was different this time. The process could only be described as not smooth. The people in the camp weren't fools. 4 or 5 searchlights illuminated the entire camp as if it was daytime. The patrolling criminals stretched their necks and looked up at the sky as if there was something wrong with their necks. Thea was still a few hundred meters away from the camp when she was discovered. Chapter 77. The first time you came, we ignored you. The second time you came, we magnanimously let you go. In the blink of an eye, you're here again. Even if they could tolerate it, they couldn't. Not all of the bandits in the camp were illiterate. There were a few who boasted of their high intelligence. They gathered the hostages, strengthened the security, turned on all the searchlights, and even set up a small radar. That was why Thea was discovered before she even reached the camp. Even though she was discovered, Thea wasn't in a hurry. She was 200 meters above the ground, and the people below her were like ants. Bows and arrows were useless. Even if she had bombs, she wouldn't dare to throw them. If a few hundred citizens were killed, her name would be completely red. The people below couldn't do anything to her. Gotham didn't have that many high-tech weapons. Everyone's focus was on curing the mentally ill, which was also known as spiritual development. There was very little development of firearms, and even a rocket launcher was considered powerful. As for the heat-seeking missiles that could threaten Thea, the bandits didn't have any. They angrily raised their AKs and fired a few rounds into the sky, not caring if they hit their targets. The smarter ones pointed their guns at the hostages' heads and raised their loudspeakers to shout at the sky, implying that if Thea didn't come down, they would shoot. Thea didn't take it seriously. You guys have watched too many movies. I'm not on the side of justice. Kill me if you want. I don't even know these people. Even if you kill Robin, it has nothing to do with me. I'll mourn for him for half a minute. You want me to go down and die? Are you kidding me? She circled the camp twice as if nothing had happened. She could see that the bandits were a motley crew without any discipline. They had tattoos, or piercings. Not many of them were dressed normally. However, their equipment was pretty good. They were all wearing American military uniforms. Did they rob a military base in Gotham? However, Theo looked twice and realized that they were just small fries. They didn't seem to last more than 3 minutes. None of them had a name on them. At least, she didn't see any. There was no one at the place where Robin had fainted earlier. They could see a few criminals gathering the hostages. They could only apologize to Robin. They had really tried their best. You can pray to God to protect you from now on. Just as he was about to return home, he saw a criminal pacing back and forth on the side, as if he was relieving himself. Thea watched the man swagger around. She didn't know if he had kidney deficiency or something else, but he stood there for a full 3 minutes. Are you trying to lure me down? Thea scanned the area with her infrared glasses and found no less than 10 people hiding nearby. Originally, I was planning to go back like this, but since you're giving me a live witness, I don't want to make it seem like the people of Star City don't know etiquette, so I can only accept it. Thea didn't use her maximum speed before, so these people didn't know how fast her thing was floating in the sky. They just assumed that it was about the same speed as a car. Therefore, the circle of people lying in ambush could only be considered to be neither big nor small. Thea arrived at the side of the bait in less than 150 kilometers per hour. It was a forest, and there were 8 criminals hiding there. The infrared glasses showed that these 8 guys were squatting motionlessly, waiting for Thea to take the bait. Just when these people thought that the enemy would fly over their heads and perform a dumpling wrapping performance, Thea suddenly sped up, took a big circle, and rushed down from the other side of the bait. These people didn't expect such a variable. Caught off guard, their weakness of not having received formal training was undoubtedly exposed. Two criminals reflexively rushed out with their rifles. The two people who rushed out were a little confused. I came out just like that. What should I do next? While they were in a daze, the people behind them also shouted, "Come back! Come back!" The two brainless guys turned back into the forest. But at this time, Thea had already completed her mission. Her skateboard was originally modified with emergency equipment. There was a chain on each side of the V-shaped skateboard. She used one to pull Gordon and his daughter onto the ticket, and now she had the other one to use on this guy who was holding up his pants. She instantly increased her speed to 300 kilometers per hour and rushed to about 100 meters in front of the bait. She didn't know what these criminals told him to pay attention to, or was this person trying to be realistic? Anyway, when Thea saw this person, he was unbuckling his belt. Thea's sudden appearance startled the enemy. His brain didn't react. Should he pull up his pants or take out his weapon first? It was dark in the middle of the night. With Thea's speed, she could only see a blurry figure in front of her. Her left foot stepped on a mechanism, and a chain with a sharp arrowhead pierced into the bait's shoulder. This arrowhead wasn't designed by Thea. It came with the original equipment. Its purpose was to grab onto solid objects such as rock walls and tree trunks, and use the chain to create a passage in the air. The arrowhead was made of special steel. When it nailed the target, 3 small claws would automatically pop out from the inside to ensure that it wouldn't fall off. Even a rock could pierce through his body, let alone a living person. The bait did not know that his treatment had been upgraded to the same level as the big rock on the bridge pier. When the arrowhead, which was as thick as an arm, pierced through his body, he fainted without making a sound. Thea felt that his body was probably not as strong as a rock. Before he fainted, she circled around him again. Then, under the shocked gazes of the others, she left with the captive in her hand. Out of caution, she didn't want to expose Lara's base. Relying on her speed, she flew half a circle around Gotham before returning to the base with the captive in her hand. When she returned to the base, she took off the gas mask. The mask was quite powerful. This time, she wasn't affected by the poisonous gas at all. Unfortunately, it was said that the production cost was very high. Even with Heaven's Eye Society's wealth, they could only make a few of them. The number that was distributed to the base was even fewer. She got off the skateboard and threw the captive to the agents. "This is the one we captured alive. See if you can get anything out of him." The agents looked at the captive. Half of his body was dyed red. Fortunately, he was flying at high altitude at night. The cold air froze most of his wounds, so he was dragged back alive. In addition, when he fainted, his body automatically went into protective mode. All his bodily functions were at an extremely low level. That was why he wasn't killed by the pressure of 300 kilometers per hour. This was the scene that Lara saw when she entered the base. She had been in the army for many years and had seen worse than this. She didn't think much of it. She immediately ordered for a cardiac stimulant and epinephrine injection. She wanted the captive's confession immediately. She didn't care whether he was dead or alive. Sia felt uncomfortable about being plotted against, so she had to add an update. After all, Sia was someone who lived on campus, so she wasn't innocent. She was just unjustly implicated, and she was inexplicably knocked down. She would be lying if she said she wasn't angry. This captive didn't look like a strong-willed person. It wasn't that she couldn't get anything out of him with a whip or an iron clamp. However, she didn't have time to waste. She ordered her men to prepare 2 pounds of sodium thiopental, also known as the truth serum. She didn't believe that he wouldn't talk. Chapter 78. Before the captive regained consciousness, Gordon, Garen, and Felicity slowly walked over. It was not that they did not want to walk, but they did not have the stamina to do so. "Hey, are you okay?" Thea patted Felicity's little face. "I'm fine, just a little swollen." "Do you know why the robbers hit my face?" Felicity's eyes were filled with confusion. Thea glanced at her face from the corner of her eyes. It was probably a little red and swollen. She swore that she did it out of kindness, but in order to save her, she had rubbed her face until it was swollen. She could not tell the truth, so she could only blame it on the robbers. She quickly shook her head. "I don't know, it was already like this when I saved you." "Oh, right, apply this on your face, it's quite effective." Then, she took out a bottle of ointment that Madame Shiva had given her and tossed it over. Turning her head, she saw Barbara's side profile. Her forehead was swollen like the golden-horned king's from afar. "Did I do this too?" Feeling a little guilty, she tossed another bottle over. "This is for you, the swelling will go down quickly after applying it." Barbara had been listening to her the whole time, so she caught the bottle when she saw what Felicity had tossed to her. It was fine for her to say weird things behind her back without anyone noticing, but she had to be polite in front of her. After all, she was the savior of her father and her. Thank you for saving us," Barbara said politely. "You went back to school again. Did you see Robin?" Thea sighed. "I didn't see him, the security was too tight, I couldn't get in alone, I'm sorry." Actually, her apology was not sincere, it was just her habit to say nice things. This was because no one would blame her. Even Barbara couldn't find fault with her for rushing in 3 times in one night without any support or protective equipment. After all, she had been lying down the entire night. The only difference was that she was a captive before, and now she was a free person. However, she didn't contribute a single cent of her strength. Seeing that she did not say anything, Thea ignored her and turned to Felicity. "Can the drone still be used?" "I haven't seen Catwoman, go look for her." "Ah. Catwoman, she probably hasn't returned to campus. She's been outside all this time. I'll contact her immediately." Felicity was still a little dizzy, and she couldn't come up with a lie after thinking for a long time. She could only take out her phone and make a call. "When did you two become so close?" Thea felt that it was quite strange. These two people's personalities were almost completely different. One couldn't stay at home while the other could stay at home forever. To be able to catch up with such different living habits, it could only be said that their natures were similar. Hurry up and call her back. Thea could not be bothered with these trivial matters. The most important thing now was to gather all the combat forces, and then wipe out the pests who were destroying her plan to unite Gotham and Gotham. At this point, she no longer cared about whether she had the right to command. She had already gone to the scene 3 times. She was the only one who understood the situation the best, and she did not ask for the opinions of the others. "Chief Gordon, how many police officers can you gather now?" "I need to be at the scene in half an hour." Thea looked at the old chief with a deep voice. "You still want to go?" Chief Gordon was shocked by her desperation. How many times had she done this tonight? However, when he thought about how an outsider like her was so enthusiastic, as a Gotham citizen, he could not fall behind. He calculated in his mind. About 20. That's enough. Help Felicity command them and get them to the campus directly. The old chief's combat strength might have been good when he was young, but now, he was not even as good as a normal person. It was best for him to provide support from the rear. "Babla, recover your strength in 20 minutes and change into your combat uniform. We're going to save people." "Felicity, have you contacted Catwoman? Tell her to come back quickly." "Agent Lila." Thea was having fun commanding when she suddenly realized that she could not command this agent. She stopped mid-sentence. I'll go with you. Including me, there are 5 agents. I can also send a military helicopter over, but there are too many civilians there. It can only be used as a deterrent, Lila said quickly and expressed her support for Thea's arrangement. No one had any objections. The old chief and the others were used to following Batman's orders. It was a habit that could not be changed in a short period of time. Now, it was just a different person. Moreover, Thea had saved his life, so he did not feel that there was anything wrong with letting her command. Bobla only wanted to save her boyfriend. She did not have any objections to anyone's command. Even though she was still staggering, she still changed into her combat uniform as instructed. In fact, she had left her clothes at the campus, so she could only find a whip and a mask. Thea began to discuss the distribution of firepower with the chief. Midway, Lila joined in. Due to the limited number of gas masks, only 5 of them could provide complete protection. The rest were just ordinary ones. As for whether they could provide effective protection, a few technicians said that there was too little data to determine. The only thing they could do now was to let the police officers wear ordinary masks to provide cover. The actual work would still be done by a few heroes. This was probably the theme of this world. Even though Thea could not figure out why they were back to the old path of individual heroism, this was the only thing she could do in this situation. Moreover, looking at the ugly faces of the people around her, it seemed like she had to be the main force. She had become the main force after helping out. This was similar to the time when Brock helped to kill the soldiers and ended up chopping down Sardras with his axe in the end. Sir, it's all out. This time, it was the Scarecrow who spread the fear gas to attack the camp, a plain-looking agent quickly reported. F***CK, Scarecrow. How could it be this guy? Her whole group of people was defeated by this second-rate guy so easily. Thea felt that she could no longer hold back her anger. She felt like she was fully equipped to fight a tiger in the mountains, but in the end, she was bitten by a wild dog when she did not see the tiger. This was really intolerable. Perhaps her gaze was a little frightening, because the agent who came to report took a step back subconsciously. However, he still finished his report in a low voice. They plan to transport everyone away after dawn. As for where they are going, he does not know. She could not wait any longer. She had to act immediately. No one knew if they would transport the hostages in advance. After all, she had already acted rashly and alerted the enemy 3 times. They would not be so careless as to wait until dawn. Bobla, we have to leave early. How much of your combat power have you recovered? Thea was really out of ideas now. Other than herself, she seemed to be the best fighter. Although she doubted her ability, there was really no one she could use now. Chapter 79. Looking at her unquestionable expression, what else could Barbara say? Whether it was for the sake of justice or to save her boyfriend, she had to grit her teeth and do it. She stomped her feet, feeling much better than before when she was as limp as noodles. She didn't know if she could come out alive in this state. She hesitated whether she should say goodbye to her father and say some last words. What happened? Why did you call me back in such a hurry? Fortunately, Catwoman's timely return gave her more confidence in this operation. She prayed in her heart that God was still watching over her. Her emotions surged, and even the various disdain she had for Catwoman in the past automatically decreased. Thea didn't have time to explain to her. She was discussing the allocation of police support with Gordon, so she gestured for Barbara to explain to her. Barbara could only reluctantly explain to Catwoman once. In fact, there were many things that she wasn't clear about. She had been lying in bed for the entire night, and could only use her own deductive abilities to reconstruct the incident. As for how true it was, no one paid attention to it. Scarecrow. This name was no stranger to Catwoman. It was an old enemy. When she heard that even Robin had fallen into the enemy's hands, Catwoman only felt that it wasn't that she didn't understand, but that the world was changing too quickly. She prayed that Robin's true identity wouldn't be discovered. He wasn't Batman, and couldn't enjoy the treatment of a broke back. If he was discovered, he would definitely be executed without a doubt. After hesitating for a moment, the Catwoman still handed her whip over to Bobla. It wouldn't make a difference whether she used a dagger or a baton, but Bobla couldn't do the same. Without a whip, her combat strength would be reduced by 30%. Bobla took the whip and waved it a few times. She felt that it was quite handy. After all, it was Old Man Bruce's brand. She felt more confident with it than if she were to rush in with a pistol. Thea walked over at this time and handed each of them a gas mask. Put it on when you reach the camp. The three of us will take the lead and eliminate the enemy's resistance. The Heaven's Eye Society will be responsible for eliminating the remnants. The rest of the police will be responsible for rescuing the hostages. There are no problems. Thea looked around. Seeing that everyone had tacitly agreed to this arrangement, she waved her hand and set off. Thea found a car driven by an agent and got in. This time, she did not fly on the skateboard. Instead, she used her mind to control the skateboard to follow the team. She was afraid that she would rush in with the two remaining female members of the Bat Squad and find that backup was still on the way. That would be a joke. On the other hand, she also needed to recover some of her strength. Although she had the physique of being awake at night and sleepy during the day, she had still been tormented by the night. In the other car, Barbara and Catwoman were also trying their best to recover their strength. Seeing that Thea was so enthusiastic about eliminating the bandits, they had no choice but to seize every minute and second to adjust themselves to their best condition. Everyone, stop. Felicity, release the surveillance footage from the drones. When they were about a mile away from the camp, Thea saw that the light in the distance was as bright as day and hurriedly ordered the convoy to stop. When he arrived at Lara's command vehicle, the real-time image was transmitted. They have begun to evacuate. We can't wait any longer. Catwoman took a quick glance and said with an anxious expression. Yes, because of Thea's constant harassment throughout the night, the bandits were finally forced to evacuate. From the image, there were about 40 to 50 soldiers wearing black hoods. Occasionally, there would be a few guys in American military uniforms mixed in. They were transporting the unconscious citizens to the rear in groups of 2. However, they did not blindly choose their targets. They only chose the strong men and young women. What about Robin? Is Robin in danger? Barbara was a step slower than Catwoman due to her lack of strength. She only saw the scene of the bandits transporting the people after she got on the command vehicle. Her heart jumped to her throat, and she asked with a panicked expression. Thea wanted to say that they were transporting people, not lining up to be shot. Besides, they only chose the strong and strong ones. What danger could Robin be in after being squeezed dry by them? However, considering that Barbara had been upgraded to a powerful combatant, she could only resist the urge to complain. Putting away her frivolous thoughts, she said seriously, "Don't worry. Felicity is looking for their transport vehicles. I'll intercept them in a bit." As long as they were not crazy bandits, Thea was not afraid at all. These people did not know how to open a portal, so it would not be easy for them to escape. "Thea, I found them. There are 3 trucks full of unconscious citizens leaving the camp. There are too many people. I can't see if Robin is here." Felicity was not as strong as them. Even though she was a little lightheaded, she still followed them into the command vehicle. At this time, she had already pulled up the images of the vehicles from the drone. In order to make the images clearer, she did not care about the people around them and hacked into the satellites of some unknown country. Lara pretended not to see anything. The rest of the agents were exchanging glances, wondering if they should arrest this guy after this matter was over. This guy was too unscrupulous. She did this in front of us. We're public servants after all, I'll intercept them. The rest of you will follow our plan. Agent Lara, tell your military helicopter to attract attention from the front. Thea then started to pack her equipment. She was afraid that she would not have enough arrows. She even took a submachine gun from one of the agents. Catwoman and Barbara did not usually use guns. Batman kept a close eye on this, but now that they were far away, they could not care less. They carried their weapons and got out of the command vehicle. With a rumbling sound, a huge military helicopter appeared in their field of vision, and under their gazes, it quickly drove towards the camp. I'm going too. You two be careful. Thea turned around and told the two girls. You be careful too. Barbara, who had always been at odds with her, also said something. She smiled and nodded. She flew onto the skateboard and flew towards the other side of the road according to Felicity's instructions. By then, the sky was starting to brighten. Without realizing it, the whole night had passed. Sia really felt that living in Gotham required a big heart. She was exhausted from the whole night, and Master Bat had not gone crazy after guarding her for so many years. It must have been hard on him. The light was getting brighter and the visibility was getting better. It was a good thing for Thea to search for the target on the ground, but it was also good for the criminals on the ground. Even though Sia was high up in the sky and could not hear what the people below were saying, when she saw the 3 large trucks passing through the road in a single file, and many people pointing at her from the back of the trucks, she knew that they were up to no good. She had not rested for the entire night, which meant that she was very tired. They could only say that it was even more tiring for them to keep staring at the sky all the time with a fighting style that came out of nowhere. The people below rubbed their eyes to make sure that their eyes weren't playing tricks on them. That guy who could fly had caught up to them again. A few of them were so tired that they took out their pistols and rifles. They didn't care if they were in range or not and started firing at the sky. Chapter 80. Thea ignored their provocation. She sped up, overtook a few trucks, and disappeared from everyone's sight. Did she give up? Of course, that was impossible. After all, this was near the university, and the traffic was relatively developed. Thea planned to find a narrow road according to their route and cut off all the cars. Gas station? No, it was a little dangerous here. She didn't want to be shot by someone with bad eyesight. It wouldn't be good if she was hit by a large-scale AoE. Give up. Crossroads. That was even worse. If she stopped one car, what would happen if the other 2 cars split up? She didn't know how to use shadow clone technique. Give up again. She searched and searched. Suddenly, she saw a road. The 4-lane road was inexplicably blocked. Needless to say, it was the work of the city's thugs. Were they setting up roadblocks to collect tolls? Am I the one who started this road? Was this God's will? She could save a lot of trouble this time. This was it. Thea increased her altitude and looked at the 3 trucks at the end of the road in the distance. She thought disdainfully, these idiots. They didn't even send someone to scout if they wanted to take this road. They rushed out in such a hurry. What a bunch of idiots. They don't even know how to spell the word death. In fact, she had wronged them. No one was stupid. Scarecrow was a university professor. He was able to live well under the shadow of Batman, so his IQ was still up. He had ordered his men to check the road before, but after being tortured by Thea for an entire night, they had long forgotten about the order. At this time, the driver in the car was trembling nervously. He felt that he must be the enemy's first target. He was so flustered that he couldn't even differentiate between the accelerator and the brakes. The speed of the car was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. It couldn't be helped. Under such conditions, the death rate of the driver was as high as 90%. At least in the movies, the enemy's target was the driver of the first car. The rest of the people didn't feel so much pressure, but they still held their rifles and were ready to fight the enemy at any time. Just as the driver of the first car was wondering if an arrow would fly towards his eye socket or a rocket would blow him up into the sky, he saw that someone had set up a roadblock in front of him. A man with a big beard waved at him fiercely and waved at him to stop. Who was this? As the leader of the Scarecrow team, he was quite capable, but the sudden appearance of the bearded man confused him. Although he couldn't tell the gender of the enemy flying in the sky, judging from the size of the body, it shouldn't be this person, right? Moreover, looking at this person's appearance, his hair was unkempt and his face was dirty. His face was so dark that one couldn't even tell the color of his skin. When he opened his mouth, one could see a mouthful of big yellow teeth. This was Gotham's tramp outfit. Why did the flying enemy send this guy here? His heart was filled with confusion, but he didn't know if it was to find out more about the enemy or to relieve his own stress. He slowly stopped the car and stuck his neck out. What's the matter? The tramp's mouth twitched, but he didn't reply. Instead, he placed his left hand in his mouth and blew. Woo! Following the whistle, all sorts of people with strange outfits emerged from the surroundings. These people wore all sorts of clothes, men and women, old and young. All of a sudden, more than 20 people jumped out, armed with pistols. This time, they also held iron rods in their hands. Give us half of the things in your car. The bearded tramp in the lead had a shotgun in his hand. He fired a shot into the sky to prove that he had bullets, and looked at the robbers in the car with a playful expression. Thea, who was hiding on a tree branch far away, was overjoyed when she saw this scene. Who said that Gotham was filled with unruly people? This was definitely a rumor. These people were still very cute. They were afraid that it would be difficult to complete this mission alone, so they didn't ask for anything in return. They even brought their own food to help her. When some people were happy, there would naturally be others who were sad. The driver in the lead was in a lot of pain. As a local, he already knew that this group of people had nothing to do with the enemy flying in the sky. This was a robber gang that was deeply characteristic of Gotham. This group of people had all sorts of weapons, and there was no organization at all. They couldn't even be considered a small gang, and could only be described as a group of people who were involved in the underworld. Compared to his own American equipment and elite training, this group of people was like children who were still drinking milk. His heart was filled with a sense of superiority, and he unconsciously revealed a mocking expression. As the leader of the robbers, the bearded tramp relied on his good eyesight, and naturally, he caught the driver's disdain. He felt that his dignity was being challenged, and without thinking, he grabbed his shotgun and fired at the driver's rearview mirror. Bang! Did you hear me? Come down, the bearded tramp shouted fiercely. If he hadn't fired the shot, the scarecrows would have already stepped on the accelerator and rushed over. They had a mission to complete and didn't have the time to waste with this group of trash. However, his shot had angered them. They had been tormented by the enemy for an entire night without sleep, and now they were moving again before dawn. It would be a lie to say that they weren't depressed, but they forcefully suppressed their temper. Now that they saw this group of trash provoking them, they couldn't hold it in any longer. The driver picked up the walkie-talkie and said, "All of you, get down and teach this group of trash a lesson." The scarecrows had put in a lot of effort into his group. After the chaos in Gotham, he had successfully robbed an American military arsenal and armed his men to the level of a regular army. With this level of strength, he wouldn't dare to say that Gotham was invincible, but it was considered strong among the major forces. There were 3 cars, each with a driver and 3 gunmen. All 12 of them were wearing bulletproof vests and helmets, and they carried their rifles as they got down from the trucks. They didn't even need to be ordered to find cover and blind spots, which showed that they had good military skills. The bearded tramp was dumbfounded by the professionalism of this group of people. He wondered if they were American soldiers. Did he kick an iron plate? He only wanted to get rid of his pocket money, he didn't want to fight the army. Not knowing what he was thinking, the fully armed scarecrows didn't want to waste time with him. A loud voice rang out, "Ready, fire!" Thea, who was hiding in the distance, was initially shocked by the excellent equipment of this group of people. When she saw that they were about to open fire, she naturally couldn't let the Gotham crowd, who had brought their own rations, get hurt. Although they were outnumbered 12 to 20, and the crowd had a certain advantage, the difference in equipment was too great. If they really fought, it would be a crushing victory. She had already taken out a magnetic arrow and knocked it on her bow. When she heard that they were about to open fire, she didn't hesitate and shot it towards the center of the battlefield. Buzz! There was a low buzzing sound, and a paw, paw, paw. Guns were constantly attracted to the arrow by the strong magnetic force. Thea was very generous. She included both sides within the range of the arrow's effect. In less than 10 seconds, the low buzzing sound stopped. No matter which side they were on, they were surprised to find that the guns in their hands had disappeared. Chapter 81. Thea observed from afar and nodded her head. The effect was not bad. She had forcefully evened out the strength of both sides. This time, the enthusiastic citizens who had brought their own rations to help her should be able to use their advantage in numbers, right? The two groups of people did not know that she was secretly messing with them. The absorption speed was too fast, and they did not see the arrows clearly. They only saw that the guns were gathered together by an unknown object, and finally formed into an irregular cylinder in the middle of the field. What was that? This question appeared in many people's minds. Those with good eyesight noticed, "Why did my gun fly up?" Sensing that their advantage in weapons was gone, the Scarecrow team reacted very quickly. Two of them jumped onto the vehicle. In fact, it was not that they could not fight with their bare hands, but it was inevitable that they would suffer some injuries. For example, they might lose 2 teeth or break 2 fingers. Previously, they had used weapons with the mentality of crushing the enemy. Now that it involved injuries, a few of them immediately retreated. The leader saw that everyone had the intention to retreat, so he decided to retreat. They wanted to run, but Thea would not let them do as they wished. She hid in the forest behind the homeless people, turned on her voice changer, and shouted with a hoarse voice, "They want to run, charge." After that, she took out a normal arrow, aimed at the fastest person on the opposite side, and shot an arrow from afar. The distance was a little far, about 200 meters. Thea did not have much confidence, so she aimed at the person's torso. She did not see where the arrow hit the person's body. She only heard him scream. One of his legs was about to step onto the truck when the arrow suddenly appeared and hit his leg, which was not supported by a bulletproof vest. Under the intense pain, he did not manage to take a step forward and fell off the truck. There were still a few people in the Scarecrow team who understood. They realized that something was wrong and quickly called for a few people to get on the truck. However, they forgot the nature of the Gotham citizens, and that was madness. They were the so-called people who would get excited at the sight of blood. They were all violent and had a bit of the demeanor of the orcs. The hot-blooded citizens were already trembling in fear and were ready to scatter and flee. Thea's unexpected intervention had restored their morale. When they saw an unlucky person fall from the sky, the remaining people turned around and fled instead of seeking revenge. The hot-blooded citizens felt that the enemies in front of them were only so-so. Why were they running? They were obviously afraid of them. Most of the weapons they brought out were cold weapons like water pipes, baseball bats, and the like. There were very few firearms, so Thea's magnetic arrows didn't have much effect on them. Seeing that the enemy had no weapons and was preparing to escape, a few rough men, who were like reincarnated ghosts, rushed forward while cursing. The scarecrows, who had the intention to retreat, couldn't take it anymore when they saw the fists and clubs right in front of them. It wasn't like they couldn't beat them. Since they were so stubborn about wanting to die, they would fulfill their wishes. Many of them took out the daggers they carried with them and stabbed at the hot-blooded citizens. As the sounds of "aw" and "aw" rang out, Thea realized that the combat strength of this group of people wasn't bad. She might not be able to take down these 11 people with her bare hands. Yes, there were only 11 people left. The person who was shot by her earlier was panting on the ground. She wasn't sure if he had suffered a second injury from the fall. This wouldn't do. The 11 people with amazing combat strength and great teamwork had already taken down the 2 hobos who were charging at the front. Among them was the big bearded man who had blocked the way previously. He was originally dressed in decent clothes, but his fierce face was now stabbed until it looked like a bloody gourd. He was lying on the ground with blood foaming out of his mouth. She couldn't watch the show anymore. Roll up her sleeves and attack. That was impossible. Thea had always kept in mind that she was here to help. She couldn't lose sight of this goal. In order to make the fight between the 2 groups of Gotham players fairer and more entertaining, she decided to attack whichever side was stronger. She nocked an arrow and started to aim. Soon, a person who was wielding 2 daggers and waving them up and down like a windmill entered her sight. However, this group of people were wearing bulletproof vests, so she could only aim at their unprotected limbs. As the sounds of a swoosh rang out, Thea changed her target with every arrow she shot. This showed the excellent mobility of the skateboard. Her movements were erratic like the wind, and her stamina consumption was almost zero. Even though the scarecrows had already noticed the abnormality, the robbers had holes in their brains. They only saw their enemies fall to the ground and didn't realize that there were reinforcements in the dark. They thought that they were the ones who had killed them. Soon, 4 of the 11 people were shot down by Thea, and another one was taken down by the vagabonds. The situation was now 6 against 18. With such a huge difference in numbers, the elite training and skillful cooperation of the scarecrows could no longer be used. If they could retreat while fighting, they might be able to win with fewer people. However, they couldn't run. If the people in the car couldn't send the scarecrows over, based on their understanding of their leader, they would be scared to death. The 6 of them could only form groups of 2, back to back, and barely fend off the attacks of the vagabonds. At the same time, they were praying to God in their hearts. Thea didn't know if God knew about this, but she did show her style. She looked at the 18 valiant vagabonds and felt a little uncomfortable. If this group of people swarmed her, she would be in a bit of trouble. If you don't believe me, just look at Grandmaster Ye's 3rd Division when he was surrounded by dozens of people at the shipyard. The advantage in numbers was very intimidating when one's strength hadn't reached a certain level. There was no need to think about dozens of people. Thea wasn't that fierce. It wouldn't be easy for her to deal with this group of people. Fortunately, there was a ready-made meat shield. This time, she decided to help the scarecrows and aimed her evil bow at the warm-hearted citizens of Gotham. The process of dealing with these people who didn't have bulletproof vests could only be described as easy and pleasant. In less than half a minute, she had shot down another 8 vagabonds. The situation was once again balanced. 6 against 10. At this time, no matter how stupid these people were, they knew that there was an enemy hiding nearby. They couldn't possibly think that the arrows on their companions were self-inflicted wounds. The burly man who had drunk a lot of hamburgers and cola stopped attacking the scarecrows and looked around with his mouth wide open. Thea couldn't let them stop. If the vagabonds found her and beat her up, she would have to spend a lot of effort to chase after the scarecrows and the others. Now was the best time to wipe them all out. She took out an arrow and knocked it on the bow. This arrow wasn't one of her special arrowheads. It was a modified arrowhead that she had modified using the smoke grenade provided by Batman's team. She hadn't had a chance to test the specific data, but she would use it today to see the effect. Whoosh! The arrowhead stabbed into the ground. With a slight vibration, it triggered the mechanism in the arrowhead. A burst of white smoke instantly enveloped the area. Chapter 82. Before Sia, who had shot the arrow, made any expression, the people in the smoke-shrouded area had already spontaneously reported the results of the arrow to her. "It's Batman's smokescreen, run, Batman is here." The people in the smokescreen were clamoring like they were in a wet market. Thea was speechless. Did they make a mistake? How could they be so scared just from the smell of the arrow? Sia was very worried about how Master Bruce had been bullying the citizens of Gotham City for so many years. Wouldn't the uncured illness worsen if he kept scaring them like that? Since they had misunderstood, then let it be. Thea couldn't just stand out and introduce herself. Just pretend that it was Master Bruce who attacked them. She put on her infrared glasses, aimed at the red figures in the smokescreen, and started shooting indiscriminately. Just like playing Angry Birds, she constantly chose her target, pulled her bow, and continued the process. She didn't care whether the target was shot dead or not. "I have the situation under control. How's the situation in the school? When will my reinforcements arrive?" Thea enjoyed this game very much. She made the smokescreen 3 times thicker than the original smokescreen, and it wouldn't disperse in a short period of time. The weapon that was originally meant for running was modified to be the same as Momochi Zabuza's mist concealment technique. However, she still remembered her mission during the game. She asked in her headset, "Where are the reinforcements from the police?" She didn't even see a ghost. There was a busy tone. "Ah, Thea, they're all busy. The enemy is very strong." Felicity saw that no one was speaking, so she had to answer herself. "How many enemies do they have?" Infrared was not a good thing. She could only see biothermal energy and could not tell whether the person had been shot or not. Sia could only focus on those who could still run. 9. Feline Girl will take on 4, Barbara will take on 3, and Lila and the agent will take on 1 each. What the heck, there are only a few enemies. I thought that Gotham's villains would all be there, but it turns out that there are only 9 of them. I have 12 enemies and 20 enthusiastic citizens, and they didn't even make a sound. Needless to say, these guys must have grabbed a stick and started the fight. Do you guys have brains? What a fierce comparison. However, such words could easily damage their morale. At this time, Thea could no longer see any moving thermal reflections in front of her. She was afraid that she would miss something, so she shot another arrow at each target. "Hurry up and call 3 drivers. I'll go and support them." Thea didn't dare to leave immediately. What if she met a person with a tenacious vitality or a heart that was on the right side? What if the person pretended to be dead on the ground and happily pulled the people away after seeing her fly away? Wouldn't her efforts be in vain? "You're pretty fast." "Phew. We're almost done," Catwoman said in the communication channel while panting. "Since you said so, I'm not in a hurry to go over." Thea was also a little tired. In less than 5 minutes, she had shot 90 arrows in one go. This was different from shooting dead targets. These people knew how to dodge and run. Furthermore, she couldn't tell who was wearing a bulletproof vest and who wasn't. She could only aim at their limbs. The smoke hadn't completely dispersed, so she didn't know how her results were. Thea didn't just rest. She flew onto the skateboard and circled around a few cars. Among the crowd, she found the figure of a skinny, black-haired man. "Hey guys, I saw Robin. He's sleeping very soundly." "That's great. Thank you, Thea." Barbara was relieved when she heard that her boyfriend was fine. She was in a good mood and her potential was unleashed. She finished off an opponent in a few punches and kicks. Just as Thea was thinking about whether to wake Robin up or tie him to the skateboard while unconscious, the Gotham police arrived. Although she only called 3 of them, they were still very enthusiastic. More than 10 of them came, led by Gordon himself. They were all wearing GCPD bulletproof vests and carrying submachine guns. As the smoke gradually dispersed, the tragic scene appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The originally black asphalt road was now stained red with blood. More than 30 people were lying on the road that was less than 100 meters long. They were all wearing military uniforms and had pieces of cloth hanging from their necks. There were all kinds of people, but they all had one thing in common: they were all pierced with arrows. Some had 3 or 4 arrows, while the others had at least 2. The entire area didn't look like a modern road. It looked like they had returned to an ancient battlefield, where a group of English longbowmen had shot a rain of arrows across the distance of time. Many people were nailed to the ground by Thea's 4 limbs. Their hands and feet were nailed to the ground. Originally, this wasn't a big deal. They just needed to bandage their wounds. However, in the chaos of the crowd, this kind of damage was magnified to the extreme. Many people were pinned to the ground by arrows. After being pushed and shoved by the crowd, the metal arrowheads cut off their hands and feet. What wasn't a serious injury became a crippling wound. Ugh! 2 young police officers were dizzy from the scene of broken limbs and the thick smell of blood. They ran to the side and vomited under the sympathetic gaze of their companions. Gordon was not as ignorant as the young man. When he was young, he had served in the military and fought in wars, and he had seen worse than this. However, after so many years at Gotham, he had not seen such a large-scale bloodbath before, and he was disgusted by it. Just as he was about to order his subordinates to check if there were any survivors, he unexpectedly found that these people were all injured in their limbs. This made him feel that this lady was really a good person. The scene was so tragic, but there wasn't a single person who died. As for the missing limbs, this was a problem for the disabled to consider. The police chief didn't need to worry about it. These people were all bad people. If they were disabled, it would only be good for society. If he couldn't bear to see them like this, he could organize the police department to donate more money to the Disabled Association. Cuff them all. Gordon waved his hand and ordered his subordinates to clean up the mess. Chief, this person has no arms, we can't cuff them. One of the police officers looked at the disabled person in front of him and realized that the problem he encountered was not taught in the police academy. This criminal had no arms, what should he do? He could only ask for help from the old chief, who was known as the Evergreen of Gotham. The old chief had a lot of experience. Cuff them together with the others who are missing arms. We can't lose both arms, right? Good idea. A few of the police officers who encountered the same problem but didn't dare to say anything were impressed by the courage of their companions. They cuffed the disabled people together in pairs. Chief, I'll leave this to you. I'll go over there to help. Thea informed Gordon and hurriedly flew to the school campus. She still wanted to settle the score with the Scarecrow. She wouldn't let anyone go, but this guy must die. Did she do all this alone? Seems like it. She's really vicious. The police officers didn't recognize Thea. Moreover, she was wearing a mask and had a voice changer on. When they saw her flying away with a murderous aura, their faces were a little pale. This scene looked like it was done by 10 people. One person could do so much damage. How vicious was this person usually? Chapter 83. Thea flew back to Gotham University like a gust of wind, completely unaware that she had earned herself a vicious reputation in the GCPD. Catwoman did not lie when she entered the campus. The battle had ended. As there were too many civilians, the Heaven's Eye Society's military helicopters could only intimidate them. They did not dare to shoot at the unconscious civilians, so the scale of the firefight was not large. At least, it was more peaceful than the bloodbath on Thea's side. From time to time, she could see a few police officers carrying spray cans spraying some spray into the air to neutralize the nerve gas released by the scarecrow. She rushed into the command vehicle. Laura was not in the vehicle. Catwoman and Barbara were resting on the side, while Felicity was resting on the table. She did not say anything when she saw Thea coming in. She just waved her hand listlessly. "Did you find the scarecrow?" Thea knew that they probably did not catch the scarecrow, but she did not give up and asked. "I didn't see it. It probably ran away." In fact, Barbara had never recovered to her peak condition. This time, she had been forced to fight because of various moral and collective beliefs. Although she only had 3 opponents, it was extremely difficult for her to fight. There was a cut on each of her shoulders and arms. Although it had been bandaged, one could still see that blood was constantly seeping out, which showed how deep the wound was. After answering Thea's question, she asked another question that concerned her the most. "Robin didn't come back with you?" "Don't worry, I came back first. They will be here soon. Director Gordon is keeping an eye on them." Even if the old director was not satisfied with his son-in-law, he would not kill him while he was unconscious, right? Hearing that her boyfriend was by her father's side, Barbara was completely relieved. She nodded and did not say anything else. Thea moved closer to Catwoman and said softly, "Hey, what have you been busy with recently?" "Primitive accumulation of capital," Catwoman said elegantly. His words sound so different from the rest. "It seems like I'm not the only one who has designs on Gotham's rich families. Just as I was about to find someone like him to discuss which targets are easier to target and which won't reduce my reputation in the hero faction, 3 trucks slowly drove into the school. It was a little inappropriate to talk about this topic now." Sia patted the absent-minded Barbara and said, "Robin should be back. Let's go and take a look." Hearing this, Barbara wiped her face and subconsciously walked out. Catwoman hurried over to support her. She didn't want her to fall and get seriously injured while walking. "When they're done, let them come to the command car for a meeting." Thea called out from afar. She didn't want to go down. The school compound was sprayed with some unknown mist again. The smell was mixed with the original poisonous gas, and it was extremely unpleasant. Catwoman supported Barbara and acted out a 1,000-meter search for their husband. Well, it wasn't far. The 2 of them didn't walk far before they saw Robin, who had barely regained consciousness, sitting on the ground in a daze. The usually capable young man was sitting there in a daze. His physique was stronger than the girl's, and Director Gordon was the first to inject him with the antidote. He could be said to be the first to wake up other than the few people Thea saved, although he didn't want to be the first to embarrass himself. When he saw Barbara rush over, he subconsciously hugged her. When he heard his girlfriend describe the bizarre events of the night, he felt ashamed. He didn't do anything, and instead became a burden. This made him, who had a strong self-esteem, a little unable to accept it. Catwoman saw the 2 of them together, and naturally, she couldn't go up to them. After all, she was related to Batman, and could be considered half a master's wife and an elder. If they were to do anything intimate, it would be inappropriate for her to see it. It was better to stay away. At this moment, she saw 2 police officers carrying a guy with 3 arrows stuck in his body out of the car. Oh, this must be Thea's doing, right? Although she had never seen her seriously shoot an arrow, she was the only person in the entire world who used a bow in a fight, let alone Gotham. Since she had nothing to do, she might as well take a look at her results. The clothes of the wounded were very familiar. It was the standard bulletproof vest and helmet of the Scarecrow team. These bulletproof vests had caused her and Barbara a lot of trouble. Catwoman had used all her strength to take down 4 of them, while Barbara had taken down 3 at the cost of her own injuries. Although she wasn't injured, her stamina was greatly depleted, and it would take at least half a day for her to fully recover. Perhaps out of a woman's mentality of comparison, Catwoman walked closer to observe the wounded. When she saw that they were all shot in their limbs, she was secretly pleased. It seemed that Thea was also tormented by these people's defensive capabilities. However, her archery skills were indeed good. Catwoman looked at the wounds on a few people. These weren't the high-tech arrowheads from before. This was pure archery. Her long-range attacks were a little weak. Could she learn it? Catwoman quickly gave up on the idea. Her fighting style had already been formed, and learning archery wouldn't help her much. Moreover, she didn't know how to shoot an arrow. In theory, Batman should know how to shoot, but she had never seen him use a bow before. She didn't even know who to look for if she wanted to learn. At first, Catwoman crossed her arms and looked at the police officers carrying the wounded down. Soon, her expression changed from calmness to surprise, and finally to thunder. How did she take down so many enemies alone? At this time, there were already 30 wounded people on the ground. Without exception, they were all shot by arrows. The most were 4 or 5 arrows, while the least were 2 or 3 arrows. From afar, it seemed that the ancient drama team had just finished filming a war scene, and the extras were lying on the ground. In fact, there were already police officers on the truck ready to pull out the arrows. However, when Thea designed the arrows, she only considered how difficult it would be for the wound to heal and how it would bleed non-stop. She didn't consider the problem of treatment afterwards. Therefore, all her arrows had barbs. It was fine if the arrows were not pulled out, but if the arrows were forcefully removed, the consequences would be fatal. An unlucky police officer encountered such a situation. The wound that was originally the size of a finger was forcefully pulled out, and it became a hole as thick as an arm. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Fortunately, Gotham Police Academy's teaching was excellent. Using the little first aid knowledge he had learned, he found a rag to plug the wound. Only then did he barely keep the criminal alive. This scene was seen by many people. The other police officers didn't dare to pull out the arrow. If they didn't pull it out, they would still be alive. If they pulled it out, who would be responsible for the death? Although the police officers had a quota of not being guilty of killing a few people every year, they didn't want to waste it here. Anyway, the arrow wasn't stuck in their bodies, so they just carried it with them. Helpless, the police officers transported this group of people who were suspected to be extras from Hingdian Studios back to the campsite. They laid them out on the ground and prepared to find paramedics to help this group of people. Chapter 84. The medical staff from the police station had been scattered during the city riot. This time, the ones who came with them were the laboratory staff from the Heaven's Eye Society and a few special agents with experience in battlefield first aid. They wore white coats and pretended to be angels in white. These people were better at dealing with gunshot wounds and electric shocks. When they saw so many arrow wounds, they were shocked. When the police officers passed them the plastic bags of broken limbs, they could only be described as stunned. Even a big hospital with thousands of people would have to work overtime with this amount of work. How could they do it with just a few people? How long would they have to work? Fortunately, criminals had no human rights in the eyes of the police. The police officers threw the broken limbs aside, meaning that it was fine if they could reattach them, but it was not a big deal if they could not. In fact, it was fine if a few of them died, as long as not too many died. The former special agent and current medical staff understood what the police meant. They silently decided the fate of these brainless and disabled people on the ground. Coincidentally, the Paralympic Games were organized by the Paralympic Federation this year. These people were all strong and healthy. They could be pushed into the laboratory and violate 17 or 18 international conventions. They could secretly modify them and send them to the competition. They could even win glory for the country. The smell of blood at the scene interrupted Barbara and Robin's conversation. Robin was dizzy and did not understand what happened, but Barbara knew very well. This was all done by her. As far as I know, she's the only one who's good at archery in Gotham. The feline girl looked at the 2 bags of broken arms and legs, and seemed to have thought of some unpleasant experience. Her expression was a little ugly as she spoke. Barbara was completely speechless. She counted the number of people on the ground. There were a total of 30 people. Although some of them did not look like criminals, since they were here, they must be accomplices or something. The image of Thea facing 30 people automatically appeared in her mind. Her arrows were like flying locusts. Swoosh! 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 She thought back to when Thea entered the command vehicle. She did not seem to be injured. How could she beat up 30 people without any injuries? Barbara was stunned by this fact. She wasn't in her best condition today. Although it was difficult for her to fight 3 people, her limit was 5. Batman was probably the only one who could deal with 30 people swarming her. Perhaps his strength was really not that great. Thea didn't know that Barbara's confidence had been shaken by the results of this battle, but she quickly pulled herself together. Since she wasn't as good as others, she would work hard to catch up. When Batman returned, she would definitely train well. When Catwoman and the others returned to the command vehicle, they found that the culprit of the Gotham Highway tragedy was sleeping soundly on the table. At this time, Thea had already changed into her usual attire. She didn't know if there was going to be another battle, and it was a little stuffy in the car, so she only wore a short tank top that exposed her arms, a pair of hot pants, and a pair of slippers. She was sleeping soundly with her head tilted. A pair of long legs were somewhat dazzling under the reflection of the light in the car. Robin hadn't fully recovered yet, and his resistance was surprisingly weak. He couldn't help but take a few more glances. Ahem, ahem. Barbara glared at her boyfriend. At the same time, she wondered if this guy was really that much more powerful than her. Looking at her lazy appearance, his firm belief was shaken again. Wake up, don't sleep. Catwoman nudged her. Who is it? Leave the meeting documents on my table. I'll sign them later. Thea said in a daze. She didn't even look at them before her head fell back down. Oh, they all thought. This was most likely how she worked in Star City. This was the typical style of a capitalist. Her subordinates were running around in the sun and wind, and her leader was sleeping soundly at home. The heavens really didn't have eyes for her company to not go bankrupt. Don't sleep, we still have to discuss the follow-up. Catwoman once again played the role of an alarm clock. This time, she didn't push, but shook Thea's shoulder. At this time, Thea had just dreamt of wearing the anti-Hulk armor, punching Superman, stepping on Neptune, and shocking the Justice League. Suddenly, she felt the ground shake. After a while, she realized that it wasn't an earthquake, but someone was shaking her. Selena, stop messing around. Thea rubbed her eyes and looked at them listlessly. Tell me. Before she could finish, she suddenly saw Robin. Only then did she realize that there was a man here. She didn't wear many clothes, so didn't he see her naked? Previously, the team was mostly made up of women. The old director was so old that he was automatically excluded from the men's team. She subconsciously felt that the surroundings were safe, so she wore skimpy clothes. Now that she saw Robin, she immediately had the urge to explode. I want to change my clothes, you get out. These words came out of her mouth almost word by word. As for who she meant by you, it was too easy to understand. In fact, the 2 women also felt uncomfortable with half of their clothes covered in blood and mud. Seeing that Thea had changed into casual clothes, they were a little tempted. At the same time, they stared at Robin with bright eyes. Get out. Poor Robin still didn't understand what was going on. He was forced out of the command vehicle by the three women's gorgeous gazes. Subconsciously, he walked out of the vehicle and wondered, how did I end up outside? When the three women saw that the eyesore was out of their sight, they immediately started to change their clothes. Naturally, they compared their figures with each other. Everyone was changing their clothes as if nothing had happened, but in fact, their eyes were focused on the other two. Her skin is so good, she's so big. Following the silent comparison between the three women, the three of them had seen through the other two without batting an eyelid. As for the process, it was too erotic and involved many parts that were not easy to describe. Everyone with lofty ideals can make their own associations, so I won't introduce the details here. Thea was dressed more formally this time. She wore a short-sleeved shirt, three-quarter pants, and a pair of flats. Her long brown hair was casually spread over her shoulders. Catwoman and Catwoman also changed into casual clothes. Among them, Catwoman's style was the most daring. She wore a tight top that made Thea feel suffocated. She couldn't help but think, don't you feel uncomfortable when you wear something like this? It's supposed to be comfortable clothes. What's the point of wearing something like this? However, it was a person's freedom to dress and eat. She had no right to interfere with other people's dressing. She sighed and took out her phone to contact the old director, Laura, and the others. She also called Felicity, who felt uncomfortable sleeping here and went to another RV to rest. They came quickly. As they entered the RV, Robin, who had been acting as a security guard outside the door, felt that there was no danger, so he carefully followed them into the RV. Thea, the camp is still missing more than 100 people. The old director had been counting the number of people. When they recovered 1/3 of the city, there were a few hundred people living in the campus. Every day, there were people moving in and out. It was hard to calculate the number, so the old director had to compare it 3 times to come up with this number. Chapter 85. Thea pondered for a moment and said to Felicity, check the surveillance cameras in the school and the surveillance cameras in the surrounding streets. It didn't take long for them to track them down. 3 trucks drove out of the campus at 3:15 p.m. last night. They passed by 6th Street and drove north. I couldn't see them after that. Felicity was still a little lethargic, but she still managed to find some clues. There were more than 100 people. Thea rubbed her head. She wanted to tell them to just let them take them away. Maybe they invited them to dinner, but how could that be possible? If they kidnapped more than 100 people from her place, would they kidnap more people from other places as well? It was inevitable that they would kidnap her. The kidnappers were after something big, and she had no choice but to accept the challenge. She thought for a moment and said, first of all, Chief Gordon, please send the elites of the police department to the last location to look for tire tracks, witnesses, and any other clues. Thea looked at the old chief. They were professionals in this field, and she didn't need to guide them. Next, please ask the researchers of the Heaven's Eye Society to test the substance in the gas masks. This substance should be able to absorb the nerve gas in the air and extract it. Then, it can be used to measure the concentration of nerve gas in the air. Along the way, it can be used to map out the escape route of the kidnappers. Although Laura didn't understand everything, she understood about 70% to 80% and nodded. Lastly, you guys. We caught a lot of criminals, so you should be able to get some clues. Theo looked at the 3 generals of Batman's family and friends. This was their traditional method of catching criminals and beating them to death in order to find clues. To be honest, Thea thought this method was stupid, but she still arranged it to give them something to do. Her words were very much in line with their intentions. They did not want to go to the streets or run around like fools with instruments. Interrogation by torture was very much in line with their usual style. Whips and daggers were ready-made. They were skilled and experienced. Hanging criminals up and beating them was the most suitable job for them. That's it then. Let's split up. Thea arranged their work and was ready to bury her head in the blanket and sleep after separating from them. She didn't know if she could continue her beautiful dream after being disturbed by Catwoman. Bang! The door of the command vehicle was abruptly pushed open. A tall black man with white hair ran in with a few steps. Who was this? Thea's first reaction was that her real identity had been exposed. Should she kill him or knock him out and kidnap him? But soon, she realized that the people in the car didn't seem surprised. This man didn't seem to be an enemy. Lucius, what's wrong? Chief Gordon didn't understand why this old man was here. When Thea heard the name, she immediately thought of Voldemort and the Death Eaters. But soon, she knew that this black man wouldn't take out his wand and cast a green light on her because she had seen this man's picture before. It wasn't a memory from the other world, but a picture she saw when she was working at Quinn Group. His name seemed to be Lucius Fox, the president or vice president of Wayne Group. They didn't know what had happened when they saw him rushing in. They were about to leave the car, but they stopped. James, something's wrong. You have to think of a way. The old man was out of breath. Felicity quickly handed him a glass of water. Thank you. The old man looked at the girl in front of him and realized that he didn't know her. But since it was urgent, he didn't have time to be polite. He grabbed the chief and ran out. Looking at the two old men who were almost 120 years old and looking like they were about to elope, Thea quickly stopped them. Excuse me, what happened? Can you tell me? She had just assigned the chief a task and now they were dragging him away. Wouldn't that make her lose face? Lucius realized that he didn't know this girl either. He was confused for a moment. Did I enter the wrong house because of my old age? He looked around the command vehicle and saw that he knew most of the people in the vehicle. This was strange. Chief Gordon had always been a steady person. To put it bluntly, he was not a quick-witted person. He could do things step by step very well, but whenever there was an unexpected situation, he would be dumbfounded. At this time, he did not think that he could provide much help to the old black man. On the contrary, he admired Sia's intelligence and resourcefulness. Lucius, what's going on? Don't worry, they're all trustworthy young people. Okay. Even though I don't think you can help, I received news that Talia is going to hold a board meeting this morning to announce Bruce's disappearance. At the same time, she will confirm her son's right to inherit Bruce's shares. We really can't think of a way, so... The few people in the vehicle were silent when they heard the news. Laura and Felicity didn't care about the matter. They also knew that the child was indeed Batman's son, so there was no problem with the inheritance. Gordon, his daughter, and Robin also felt that this was someone else's family matter. As outsiders, it wasn't appropriate for them to interfere, and they had no legitimate reason to stop it. Talia was ruthless and didn't leave herself a way out. She used the Assassin League's intelligence network to spread the news that the child was Batman's. The idlers like Superman and the Martian Manhunter didn't find Bruce himself. Otherwise, they would have flown over to send congratulatory gifts. This matter was so big that it couldn't be fake. Catwoman wasn't as helpless as the others. Her expression was very ugly, and her knuckles were cracking. She wanted to hit someone but didn't know who to hit. Lucius, we want to stop this, but we really can't. You. Chief Gordon didn't know what to say to his old friend. He forced himself to say a few words and couldn't continue. Let me interrupt. Don't you all want Talia's son to inherit his father's shares? Who's included in this? Thea saw that they all looked as if their father had died. She didn't want to care, but she was afraid that it would affect future operations, so she still asked. Lucius also knew that Talia's move was very vicious and almost incurable. He came to Gordon with the intention of making a last-ditch effort. But in the face of Thea's question, he replied, "Me and Alfred." Also, Selena will oppose it too. Catwoman would definitely oppose it. She couldn't wait to kill them with a big knife. This hatred was greater than the sky and deeper than the sea. Although she wasn't with Batman for money, she couldn't suppress her anger when she thought of a pile of money that originally belonged to her floating before her eyes and falling into someone else's pocket. Although Barbara didn't get along with her, she also made her position clear. Oppose. She took the lead in opposing, and Robin also changed from being neutral to opposing. I'm against it too, but our opposition is useless. Gordon also expressed his support for his old friend. Chapter 86. Since all of you are against it, what if Mr. Bruce comes back and agrees? Will he be angry that we made the decision for him? Sia saw that they were so aggressive, but she still asked, Master Bruce won't settle the score later, right? Do you have a solution? You don't have to worry about Bruce. He won't agree. Even if he agrees, he can't do anything if all of us oppose it. Lucius had been a CEO for many years and was good at reading people's expressions. When he saw that Thea was calm, he couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope. As for Master Bruce settling the score later, he wasn't afraid at all. The people in this room were either his friends or comrades, and he couldn't go against their collective opinion. Actually, I don't think this is a big problem. Thea thought for a while and felt that it really wasn't a big deal. Old Lucius's arrogant look could only be said that his thinking was limited. I don't know if you know, but I have shares in Wayne Group. Thea stretched out a finger and said slowly. She had only found out about this a while ago. My father bought 0.5% and 0.7% shares in Wayne Group for me and my brother. Of course, these shares aren't directly under our names. After my brother passed away, these shares automatically went to me, so I have 1.2% of the shares. You want to initiate a shareholders' motion of no confidence to deny Talia's legal inheritance? But your shares are still too little. Lucius was too lazy to think about how this girl had Wayne Group's shares. He had worked hard for many years, and Bruce had plundered from the board of directors, so he held about 1% of the group's shares. It seemed like a small amount, but considering the scale of Wayne Group, it was a lot of money. It's a lot less, but our Quinn Group holds 3.5% of Wayne Group's shares, and the Merlin Group has about the same amount of shares. I can help you get these. Mr. Lucius Fox, let me introduce myself. I'm Thea Quinn. The old man felt that the world was changing too fast. He took off his reading glasses and looked at the girl in front of him. He had never seen her before. He hesitated and asked, Is Moira Quinn yours? It's my mother. Thea answered straightforwardly. This was something that everyone on Earth knew. Oh, I've met both your mother and Mr. Steele. I didn't expect. Lucius and Moira were just acquaintances, but he had a good relationship with Steele, the black man who almost became Thea's stepfather. Perhaps it was because black people had a common language. Towards him acting like an elder, Thea couldn't say anything. He was indeed very old and still would call him uncle when she saw him. Her status was even lower, so she didn't plan on chatting with him. Thea just nodded with a faint smile for him to continue. But it's still not enough, isn't it? Our board of directors' veto power must be at least 15% of the shares. The old black man collected his thoughts and returned to reality. That's not difficult. Let me introduce you to Miss Laura. She's an important member of the government and can indirectly influence some companies. They should also have some shares in Wayne Group. Thea pointed at Laura, who was watching the show from the side, but didn't introduce her identity as an agent. She vaguely referred to her as an important member of the government. Laura, who had been in the army all her life, did not understand the internecine nature of the modern corporate system. Previously, she did not realize what role she could play in this matter, but now that Sia mentioned it, she immediately realized what she could do. What affected the company? It was basically a government company. She could not guarantee that everyone would listen to her just by making a call, but she could at least call 7 or 8 companies. Moreover, if she could not do it, there was still Amanda. It wasn't difficult to do this, and the favor given was sufficient. It was just a matter of making a few phone calls, and she didn't have to risk her life. This was very much in line with her current mission of providing charcoal in snowy weather. She didn't ask for Amanda's permission and nodded at Lucius's pleading gaze. Next, under the gaze of everyone in the room, Sia made 2 phone calls, one to her mother and one to Malcolm. Although the 2 of them were a little confused, they did not waste any time and gave her the phone numbers of a few Wayne shareholders, telling her that she was one of them and that she could contact them without worry. Laura was even faster. She contacted 3 or 4 companies. The 2 women and Lucius hid at the side and counted the shares in their hands. It easily exceeded 15%. Fu, as the butler of the Wayne family for many years, also had some shares, but the amount was very small. The few of them pieced together to complete the task. Mr. Lucius, you still need to raise the proposal. Our people are only responsible for supporting it. You have to understand that. Thea wrote 2 phone numbers to the old man and asked him to contact them himself. If one's family had too much say in other companies, it could easily cause a chain reaction. This was a problem with the rules of the game. Destroying this foundation could easily lead to other people's imaginations. Was the Quinn family trying to increase their right to speak? Was it a hostile takeover? This was something that Thea didn't want to see. I understand. The old man still understood this point. After all, he hadn't been eating rice for so many years for nothing. Thea sent away Lucius, who had come in a hurry and left with light steps, with a look that said, "I'm here to die, so you can go." Everyone in the room watched as she casually solved the previous big problem in less than 10 minutes. Everyone looked at her as if they were looking at a rich person. Why are you looking at me? Isn't this normal? Our national situation is like this. Mr. Bruce also has shares in our Quinn group. Don't just stand there, get to work. Theo was annoyed by their stares and quickly reminded them that there were still citizens in the hands of criminals waiting for them to rescue them. Only then did they disperse and go about their own business. Catwoman was extremely agitated and was even more certain that she had to work hard. After this incident, she would have to work overtime to accumulate wealth. Robin hugged his girlfriend and walked to a place where no one was around. He was still muttering softly, "How much money do you think she has?" "Definitely richer than you." Barbara returned to the campus and had already taken out her equipment. She picked up the whip and waved it a few times. She was ready to vent her frustration when the criminal didn't speak. Thea didn't know that her friends were hurt by her flaunting of wealth. She ordered Felicity to control the drone to search for clues while she calmly ran to the RV to rest. During lunch that day, the few of them gathered again. Of course, it wasn't for a meal, but to summarize the information from various aspects. Old Gordon, who had been promoted from captain to intelligence team leader, summarized the information that they had gathered. There are missing people in every city. The exact number is hard to calculate, but their base didn't hide it. Director Gordon took out a map and pointed at a place on the map. It was here. The few Gotham locals in the room gasped. Thea, who didn't know the inside story, asked the question of the foreign support team. Your map is white and there's no name on it. How do we know where this is? Please explain. This is Arkham Asylum. Chapter 87. Even Thea and Laura, who weren't locals, were shocked when they heard the name. It would be an exaggeration to say that the name resounded throughout the multiverse, but it definitely shocked the entire Americas. Arkham Asylum. Just listen to the name. This wasn't a result that was created by people who hadn't gone mad yet or had already gone mad. This was a place of no return that was created using their brains and lives. As the landmark of Gotham, Arkham Asylum and Blackgate Prison were the top choice for youths who wanted to join the Mafia. If a promising young man could get a release certificate from Blackgate Prison and a stable condition notice from Arkham Asylum's Mental Health Committee, then this person would be able to apply for a job at Penguin Man or one of the 5 major crime families in the city. These 2 places were similar to the martial arts school and magic school in novels. Blackgate Prison was responsible for all kinds of combat training, while Arkham was responsible for all kinds of spiritual guidance. For most of the Americans, Blackgate Prison's teachings were child's play. Arkham was the real place to be reborn. Now that they suddenly heard that a large group of criminals had gathered in such a terrifying place and had captured countless citizens to undergo some kind of mental or physical transformation, this bad news gave Thea a headache. Seeing Barbara, who was always keen on giving advice, frowning, Thea knew that they were more or less afraid. Yes, the Golden Thigh Batman wasn't here, and these small accounts heard that they were going to go straight from a 5-man dungeon to a group dungeon. Not only were they afraid, even Thea herself was feeling a little guilty. However, she was still the leader who had fallen into her lap, so she couldn't let them down. At times like this, her old comrade was more reliable. She ordered Felicity, "Send out the drone and scout. Also, send the real-time interface to this car." Felicity replied with an "oh" and went to do her work. Looking at her optimistic attitude, it was unclear whether Arkham had little effect on her or she was just naturally bold. "Director, do you have a map of Arkham? Let's discuss the attack route." Could they not attack? Of course they could. Thea didn't want to go. She wanted to contact Amanda to send a Hellfire missile to her comrades in the asylum. It was safe, fast, and worry-free. However, his current identity was that of a hero on the side of justice. Furthermore, he was the kind of big brother or big sister that led the group. He definitely could not say this. If they were unwilling to go, then he could reluctantly go along with the situation and not go. However, to Gordon and Barbara, who had a sense of justice of 100 and a sense of justice of 99, they would rather die than give up on the hostages and live their lives peacefully. Under Thea's regretful gaze, Gordon excitedly carried a bunch of blueprints. Who knew which idiot was the one who came up with the city? Arkham wasn't just a wooden house, it was a large administrative area, similar to Chaoyang and Pudong. Thea looked at the detailed map of the asylum. This place, which could be called a hospital for the time being, took up a lot of space. It was far larger than a normal hospital. It took up almost 100,000 square meters of space. It was difficult to calculate, but it was around 150,000 to 200,000 square meters. "Come and take a look. I'm already outside the asylum." Felicity controlled the drone to fly above the asylum like a remote control plane. The few of them quickly walked to the screen to take a look. This was Thea's first time seeing this famous building. From the outside, it didn't have a hellish atmosphere. Just like all the buildings in Gotham, it was dark, dilapidated, old, and had a hysterical restlessness. "It's just a so-so." Only the simple-minded Felicity could say that. She pursed her lips and skillfully activated her invisibility, thermal imaging, and many other functions. As the drone descended, they gradually saw the situation in the courtyard. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was overcrowded. Less than 100 square meters, there were 5 gun-wielding criminals patrolling the area. In less than half a minute, 3 patrol teams had passed by this area. Felicity didn't dare to descend too low. The optical camouflage ensured that most people couldn't see her, but the drone's sound couldn't be hidden. Since they couldn't enter the building, she controlled the drone to fly around the wall outside the courtyard. Fortunately, with the thermal imaging technology, Thea and the others followed closely behind the wall, looking for the best attack point according to the old map. "There are too many people here," Thea mumbled after looking at the map for a long time. Based on the thermal imaging alone, there were thousands of people. Perhaps the criminals were only 1/10 of them, That was still a shocking number. The 5 of them couldn't take on so many people. Wait, fly back a little more. Gordon saw something and stopped Felicity. A vague figure appeared on the screen. The person was inside the building. The drone's camera was looking through the window, so the image was very blurry. Can you zoom in a little more? Gordon squinted for a long time but couldn't confirm it. It's the same if you zoom in. This is a commercial drone, not a military one. But we have other methods. This was developed by the Quinn Corporation for the Star City Police Department. Unfortunately, someone messed up our plan. Felicity opened the facial recognition software as she spoke. At the same time, she glanced at Catwoman. The cat girl looked embarrassed and winked at him. Why do you keep bringing this up? Didn't we just let it go? The comparison on the computer was very fast. Soon, a clear headshot was found beside the blurry image. The similarity is 95%. This is the person. What a weird name. Oswald Copperfield. Felicity bit on her pen and looked at the results on the computer. She felt that the person looked weird and indescribable. The few locals in Gotham looked at each other. Their expressions were not good. They said in unison, "Penguin. Continue to investigate." Thea didn't think that this guy was scary. He didn't have any superpowers, his fighting skills were ordinary, his height was tragic, and he even had a limp. What were they afraid of? Thea felt that she was bullying someone like him. As they continued to patrol in the sky, they had a rough idea of the outer guards. It was worth mentioning that there were not only the Scarecrow elites, but also many gang members. According to Gordon, they were all subordinates of Penguin. He had once unified Gotham's underground forces. Although it wasn't as powerful as before, he still had many loyal followers. Chapter 88. Just by looking at the periphery of the asylum, one could see that there were many different types of criminals here. There were elites in American equipment, hooligans in singlets and shorts holding axes, and many abnormal people who were foolishly laughing at the trees. Felicity turned on the thermal imaging system and operated the drone as if she was playing a game. She carefully avoided all heat sources and kept sending information to the command vehicle. Dang! The screen shook for a while. What did he bump into? Before they could understand what was going on, a man in armor that looked like a spacesuit appeared in front of the camera. He was holding a huge gun that looked like it came straight out of a sci-fi movie. The strange man was stunned for a moment before he understood what was going on. He raised the weapon in his hand with a ferocious smile on his face. A thin mist was released and the signal in the command vehicle turned black. Freeze! 3 voices were heard at the same time. Felicity pouted and tossed the controller away as though her favorite toy had been snatched away. She lay down lazily on the sofa beside her. Thea had a vague impression of this person. She only remembered that he was a scientist who was trying to save his wife. She did not say anything as she looked at the people from Gotham and waited for them to explain. Director Gordon had already pulled out a large amount of hair in such a short time. Facing the questioning eyes of the duo from Star City, he still pondered for a moment. This is Mr. Freeze. His real name is Victor Ferris. He's a scientist, an expert in cryogenics. In order to freeze his terminally ill wife, he had been conducting research on human cryogenics. Later, there was an experiment accident. His body had undergone a large-scale mutation, and he became cold-blooded. That's why your drone didn't see him. He has no body temperature. Director Gordon recalled the information he knew and gave a simple description of this person's past. Now that Freeze is in Arkham, it can't be Scarecrow who is the leader. There must be someone more powerful commanding them. Barbara made her own analysis. Thea had already thought of this when she saw Penguin Man. How could the former underground emperor of Gotham listen to a former university professor? Conversely, it was also impossible. Now that she saw Freeze, her theory was confirmed. We've already met 3 famous mini-bosses. Could there be other villains? Thea felt that according to Murphy's Law, there were probably more. Was the world consciousness retaliating against him because he did not take the usual path and called on the citizens to stand up and resist? He did not take the old path of superheroes. Should I gather all the villains together and attack them all in one go? Thea rubbed her chin with her right hand as she looked at the people on her side. She could be considered a first-rate hero while the rest were second-rate heroes. Considering that the other side had a hidden boss, the righteous side was obviously weaker. Furthermore, Arkham's terrain was complicated and they had to fight it head-on without being able to escape. Could it be that they had no choice but to launch a people's war? Sia thought about it over and over again. There was no way she could defeat so many villains with just the few of them. Moreover, the villains all had their underlings. Previously, Barbara and the others had a hard time fighting 3 to 5 elites. She estimated that there were at least a few hundred of them here. Without helpers, the few of them wouldn't be able to do anything. Thea looked at Gordon. Director, if we want to save the people in Arkham, we have to mobilize as many people as we can. We can't rely on just the few of us. What do you mean? Gather all the police officers and hand over your weapons. You can use the city council's name or the government's name. We need a large number of armed forces that we can control. Thea glanced at Lara. Skies, I will cooperate with us and find those who are not that mentally ill. The American people were actually very tragic. A group of politicians with holes in their brains mocked the entire world, followed by conscription. Therefore, there were many citizens who had served in the military and fought in wars. Among them, there were those who had no connections and survived the war. When they returned home without a job or a wife, they started to feel uncomfortable. Many of them walked the path of criminals. Among them, there were famous people like the Archer of Death, and there were even more nameless people in cars. There were countless of them. Thea did not dare to arm these people. They were already suffering from the war, and with the atmosphere in Gotham, it would be a miracle if they did not go crazy. She had always used the police officers as the main force and a few of the citizens as support. This time, she had no choice but to use them as cannon fodder. She also ordered Felicity to make a speech about the mayor, calling on the hot-blooded citizens to stand up for justice and protect the truth. She also called for the American dream to be broadcasted over the entire city. What? The mayor was still in Bane's hands. Of course, Thea knew, but didn't the citizens not know? As a former hacker, it was too easy for her to make some video clips. As for whether Bane would make use of the mayor to create a propaganda station, Felicity, who had control over many of Gotham's satellites, was not afraid. Even though Bane was known for his resourcefulness, his intelligence was more focused on plotting and scheming than on the internet. Sia believed that Felicity could take on 100 Banes on the internet. They did not have any objections to her bold and false propaganda. After all, the mayor was not a good person. Whether he was killed by Bane or impeached by the Senate, it had nothing to do with them. They could pull as many cannon fodder as they could, but the main force was still a little weak. Theo looked at Batman's friends and family. Can you find any more allies? Barbara and Robin were both newbies in the industry, and they were not as fresh as Sia. They both shook their heads, indicating that they only had each other and could not tolerate any outsiders. Catwoman was a little hesitant. I'll try to find a few friends, but the chances are not high. She was right. If she had friends all over the world, why would she invite Thea from so far away? Most of her friends were used, and almost none of them helped her. Sia nodded. She didn't have much hope for her so-called friends. She didn't have much hope for them. Seeing that the few of them went out to do their own things, Thea and Lara walked to the side. Miss Lara, thank you for your help. Without your help, I really don't know what to do, Lara could tell that she was just being polite. She smiled and did not say anything, waiting for her to continue. Does the Sky's Eye Society have any technological weapons that can make everyone in Arkham faint, like the poisonous gas last night? Thea really did not want to rush in and fight head-on. That would be too stupid. Chapter 89. As for Thea's question, Lara really didn't know. First of all, although her rank was high, she was only in charge of administrative work. It was impossible for her to come into contact with the core secrets of the Heaven's Eye Society. Even if she did, it would be through various code names and pronouns. She wouldn't know what she was dealing with. She could only vaguely say, "No, we really don't. We're a kind, conscientious, and responsible government organization. We've never done any research on poison gas or anything against humanity." Thea guessed that Lara wouldn't dare to say anything, so she didn't want to make things difficult for her. "If you don't have one, I can come up with one myself." The two said goodbye and Thea went to find the researchers of the Heaven's Eye Society. She wanted to see if there were any ready-made weapons that could be modified by her imagination. However, the reality was cruel. Thea busied herself for the whole afternoon but didn't come up with any results. When the topic of poison gas was brought up, the researchers shook their heads. No matter how Thea tried to reason with them, there was no such thing. However, Thea knew from their expressions that they definitely had it, and it was quite a lot. However, they wouldn't say anything even if they died. Lara said that it was fine even if all the agents were sacrificed, but she didn't say anything about poison gas. Thea was helpless. Since they said they didn't have it, she would assume that they didn't have it. If poison gas didn't work, how about sonic weapons? The few of them studied the outer walls and various partitions of the asylum and came to a conclusion. When it was first built, it was definitely built with sufficient materials. The walls were extremely thick. The C4 that could blow their command vehicle up into the sky might only be able to blow up half of the walls in Arkham. The walls could absorb 90% of the sound waves, unless there was one in every room. However, there were hundreds of rooms here. The cost of a sonic bomb wasn't cheap, so it was unrealistic. Similarly, the magnetic bomb was also abandoned. Smoke bombs could be used, but the space in the room was too big. They would need to make a giant smoke bomb that covered 100,000 square meters. Currently, they didn't have the technology to do so. Thea thought until her head hurt, but she couldn't come up with any good ideas. She went back to her room in a daze and planned to brainstorm them tomorrow. Boom, bang, Thea had overused her brain and was sleeping soundly without any dreams. Suddenly, she heard the sound of an explosion. Was someone setting off firecrackers? Spring Festival. No. Spring Festival my ass, this is Christmas, all right. Opening his eyes, a vague thought appeared in his mind. Could it be that the enemy is attacking again? Last night, he had tormented himself the entire night. He cursed Chief Gordon in his heart. This lousy place you found is attacked every 2 or 3 days. I really have to hand it to you. He hurriedly put on his uniform and looked out of the window. From time to time, there would be flames. The school had evacuated all the civilians in the afternoon, so there was no chaotic scene. Thea left the room and went outside. All the important people were here. This made her feel more at ease. She was afraid that she would be taken away again. She had to save her teammates every night and sleep during the day. She couldn't live like this. Just as he was about to say that he didn't care who the enemy was, only where the enemy was, he saw Lara Gordon and a few other agents take out their pistols and shoot at the sky. Who are you shooting at? Thea quickly looked up at the sky and saw a purple figure swaying in the sky. From time to time, it would shoot some unknown green substance to the ground. Who is this? Thea's first thought was that it was a small boss from Arkham. After all, looking at its appearance and equipment, it must be a famous guy. Now, everyone was helpless against the enemy in the sky. It was similar to how she went in and out 3 times last night. However, on second thought, it didn't seem right. You came alone without any fear. Aren't you afraid of being surrounded? She was very careful last night. Could it be that Gotham's boss was so fierce? Thea was too lazy to ask for the name. After a rough observation, this guy wasn't difficult to deal with. She called out to everyone, "Stop shooting, I'll take care of him." She jumped on the skateboard and flew towards the unknown target in the sky. When she got closer, Thea saw that the person was wearing a purple striped shirt. He was holding a strange gun and was constantly shooting green mucus on the ground. Disgusting. Thea clenched her teeth. You Gotham people sure have character. You don't care about the city's appearance and come out to do bad things. She didn't notice it when she was on the ground, but when she was in the sky, she noticed that this person wasn't floating like Thea. Instead, he was carrying something like a flamethrower. Every few seconds, he would shoot at the air and use the reaction force to stay in the air for a short time. This person was jumping. Each time he shot, he would jump 20 meters. After the kinetic energy was used up, he would shoot again and jump again. She didn't know what fuel his flamethrowers were using. The exhaust gas was black, and every time he jumped, he would shoot out a large amount of black smoke. Thea felt that the PM2.5 around here must have been exceeded by this guy. It was such an ugly way of flying, but this person was still laughing foolishly. What the hell was he laughing at? Thea felt that this guy had unknowingly pulled down the average technological hero or villain. Look at Mr. Freeze from before. No matter how evil he was and how many people he killed, his equipment was beautiful and sci-fi. This guy was purely embarrassing, and he still dared to take it out in broad daylight. She didn't sleep well, and she almost vomited her dinner because of this guy. Thea was ready to teach him a lesson that he would never forget. She increased her altitude and flew above the guy's head. She had no choice. This guy's butt was smoking, and his front was spraying green water. Who knew if it was poisonous? Thea didn't want to be stained by it as a souvenir. While he was jumping, she quietly came to the back of his head. It was a waste to use arrows to deal with this guy. In fact, it was difficult to aim at an airborne target. Thea found an opportunity and quickly rushed over when he was spraying green water at the people on the ground. Who's there? The guy finally realized that something was wrong when Thea was less than 100 meters away. He was still thinking about how Gotham had a hero who could fly. Then, he saw 2 beams of white light rushing towards him. Thea didn't know if Batman's team could beat this guy, but she was too lazy to ask. Her own method was more suitable for her. She didn't use arrows this time. When she was 100 meters behind him, she stepped on the mechanism with both feet. From both sides of the skateboard, iron chains as thick as a child's arm shot out. There were special alloy arrowheads at the ends of the chains. Poof! Poof! The sharp arrowheads pierced the guy's thigh and shoulder. The arrowheads quickly split into 3 smaller arrowheads and firmly grabbed the target. Ah! Before the guy could finish screaming, he was forced back into his mouth by the high-speed wind. Don't you like to fly? Seeing how happy you were flying just now, Sia decided to be a good person and help you out. Sister will fly with you. Chapter 90. Theo looked at the enemy who had been pierced by the chains from front to back, so he probably wouldn't fall. She didn't care if he was dead or alive. She raised the skateboard to a height of 500 meters and flew around Gotham at full speed. 150 kilometers per hour, 200 kilometers per hour, 300 kilometers per hour. When her speed reached 350 kilometers per hour, she felt a little dizzy and slowed down. This was faster than the highest speed she could reach during the test. It seemed that her body was gradually adapting to the high speed of the skateboard. Thea lowered her head and glanced at the man in purple who had been pierced by 2 chains. He had already fainted when she was halfway through the city. She didn't know if it was due to excessive blood loss or the high-speed pressure. "Serves you right. You bastard, how dare you show off in front of me? How dare you show off in front of me when you're flying in such an ugly manner? I'll cripple you even if you don't die. You'll be traumatized when you think about flying in the future." Since the enemy had already fainted, Thea was too lazy to continue flying. She identified the direction and returned to the camp as fast as lightning. When she got off the skateboard, there were already police officers who wanted to take the man in purple away. However, after looking at him for a long time, they realized that the chains had already pierced through his body. If they pulled them out, it was hard to say if the man would survive. The few of them didn't dare to face the ferocious demon Queen Thea directly. They could only look at their boss, Chief Gordon, for help. Thea's perceptive sense was becoming more and more skillful. Naturally, she felt that something was wrong with them and pressed a switch on the side of the skateboard. Swoosh, swoosh, the opened arrowheads closed up and quickly bounced back into the skateboard. As for the man in purple, he didn't bleed profusely. When he was flying at high altitude, the wound had already frozen, so his life wasn't in danger for the time being. Thea had recently understood the unspoken rules of this world's heroes. Not killing was certain and inevitable, but criminals could be severely injured as long as they didn't die at the time. If they died in the hospital, it would be a medical dispute and had nothing to do with heroes. Batman had long understood this principle and practiced it. However, the Flash, who hadn't appeared yet, was in the category of people who didn't understand it. The future Flash was conflicted by the principle of not killing. This was a story for the future, so let's not talk about it for now. Understanding the rules of the game was good news. Thea was previously afraid that she would be kicked out of the righteous faction if she went overboard. Now that she knew the unspoken rules, things would be much easier. The 2 police officers took the man in purple away for questioning. They hesitated for a moment and decided not to handcuff him. There was a fist-sized hole in the man's thigh, and his bones, muscles, and lymph were all mixed up like a mess of mud. Not to mention whether he could run away or not, whether he could walk normally in the future was a big question mark. The few of them prepared to take a look at the confession. Perhaps this guy would have some information about Arkham. Thea was not sleepy at the moment, so she followed them in. Speaking of which, who is this guy? After walking for a while, Thea realized that no one was talking. She casually asked a question with the intention of chatting. Everyone was speechless. "You don't even know him. You flew for half an hour with such deep hatred, and you don't even know who he is." As the former team leader and now the deputy team leader, Director Gordon quickly explained. "His name is Dreamy Walker. His code name is Killer Moth. He's a millionaire. Logically speaking, he didn't commit any serious crimes, so he shouldn't have attacked us." Director Gordon was confused. Enemies kept popping up one after another, making him feel physically and mentally exhausted. Thea wanted to laugh. Killer Moth, Killer Crocodile. Their names were similar. Could they be brothers? Coincidentally, both of them were destroyed by her. One of them was diving while the other was flying. Their cooperation should be quite effective. It was strange that they didn't team up. However, she didn't take these words to heart. She wouldn't be afraid even if Killer 47 came, let alone Killer 1 and Killer 2. As the medical staff entered, Killer Moth gradually regained consciousness. The agents took out 2 ounces of truth-telling serum and poured it down his throat. In less than 3 minutes, the agent passed the confession to Laura. He quickly glanced at the few of them and bowed before leaving. This guy didn't come from Arkham. He's here to look for the stolen item. Laura looked at a certain someone with a faint smile. At this moment, everyone including Thea turned to look at a certain someone. It couldn't be helped. A certain someone had too many records in this area. No matter who the enemy was, he would use the flying dragon's cloud-searching hand. He would search until there was nothing left of the enemy before he attacked. Selena. Can you explain? Theo looked at Catwoman with a strange expression. This bastard probably put a tracking device on the painting. I'm so sorry. Catwoman scratched her head awkwardly and stuck out her tongue. Theo was speechless. Big sister, you're going for the sexy route. Why are you acting cute all of a sudden? Do you think I'll let you go just because you're cute? Besides, we asked you to look for reinforcements. Is this how you look for reinforcements? You're just being taunted by the monster and then being dragged back to the camp to fight. I'm in the wrong here. Did I go a little too far? They were only here to catch the thief. It wasn't a big mistake. Thea carefully looked at their expressions. Although they didn't look too good, they were still within the normal range. Thea instantly understood. This wasn't the first time something like this had happened. It seemed like Master Bruce had dealt with this before. Then she wouldn't have any psychological burden. Director Gordon calmly ordered the officers to continue the interrogation. The truth-telling serum was still effective. The agents were eager to make a contribution this time, so they poured a lot of it. After all, this person wasn't a good person. He instructed the officers to find out all the bad things that his ancestors had done. They had to nail him down and make it an irrefutable case. The few of them didn't mention the killer moth anymore. They chatted about the weather for a while, as if this person had never been here. Sia also felt that it was very righteous and heroic to beat the owner into a cripple and then accuse the victim in the end. Was this the connection between the higher-ups? If it weren't for Catwoman's relationship with Batman, with her 1-meter-tall criminal record, she would have been locked up in the Black Gate for a long time. For the next 3 days, the entire camp was bustling with activity. More and more police officers joined the Arkham Assault team. Director Gordon was indeed a person of virtue and prestige. With a single call, he had already recruited more than 300 official police officers and more than 200 auxiliary police officers. At the same time, Felicity's elaborate fake mayor's recruitment order was broadcasted on all the major channels. The image showed the mayor crying and complaining about the atrocities of Gotham's criminals and his own powerlessness. He called on the passionate citizens who had joined the army to take up arms and protect the city. At the bottom of the screen, Director Gordon's phone number and the camp's address were also displayed. It had to be said that the foreigners were really practical. In just a few days, they had gathered more than 200 veterans who had participated in many wars. These people didn't need any training. They could fight as long as they picked up a weapon. Laura had also secretly ordered her subordinates to investigate the families of these people and eliminated a dozen of them who didn't have any family background and looked gloomy. Chapter 91. On the night of the third day, Catwoman, whom the people had high hopes for, managed to trick a reinforcement into coming to her aid. Thea glanced at the person in front of her. She could only see a small part of her lips and chin. She seemed to have been burned. Her entire body was covered in black and yellow clothing. She carried a large can on her back and held a strange-looking gun in her hand. Was that a flamethrower? Thea could tell that the person was a woman from the 2 lumps on her chest. At least, she did not remember any man in DC with such things on his clothes. Before she could ask, Feline Girl had already started the introduction. Of course, it was for Sia and the others. All the locals knew each other. This is my friend, Bridget Parker. Her code name is Firefly. She will help us deal with Mr. Freeze. Catwoman then introduced her teammates and the duo from Star City. However, Thea did not think that the person was listening. She seemed to be thinking about something. Well, it did not matter. It was good news that she could deal with Mr. Freeze. Thea started her career with frost arrows, so she was powerless against this ability. Now that someone volunteered to fight Mr. Freeze, as the commander, she was more than happy to welcome her. Looking at Firefly's equipment, her ability was obviously to spit fire. Fighting fire with water. It seemed to be worth watching. Firefly Parker was not a talkative person. She listened to Catwoman's introduction with a blank face. Just when Thea thought that she could not speak, she said with a hoarse voice, "Mr. Freeze is mine." It was easy to understand what she was trying to say. She did not care about the others, and they could do whatever they wanted. Thea did not know where Catwoman found such a unique friend. Was she really her friend? She gave Catwoman a helpless look, implying that she should deal with it herself. Catwoman knew Firefly's personality. She knew that Firefly did not like to see strangers after being burned. She greeted the others and led Firefly to a place to rest. Just as Thea wanted to prepare for a few more days, Gordon and Felicity came to her in a hurry. "We have to act now." The old director was so busy that he was dizzy. When he saw Thea practicing archery in a corner, he was envious. "That's right. Many people in the city have been captured and sent to the asylum, and none of them have come out," Felicity said anxiously as she hugged her tablet. Since so many people had been captured, the other party must be planning something big. Moreover, it was obvious that these people were not captured to treat others to a meal. The city was in chaos, and they did not need to do any heavy physical labor. There was only one reason why they needed so many people. Human experiments. Thea was not sure if her guess was correct. She asked the local director, "Why do they need so many people?" "There is a secret lab under Arkham." Their initial project was called Indian Mountain. It was used for human experiments, but it was abandoned many years ago. Gordon sighed as he recalled the past. What did they research? Do you have any recollection of it? The duo from Star City was curious, especially Felicity. Perhaps all hackers had a strong thirst for knowledge. When she heard the information that was not available on the internet, her lips parted slightly. Her nose trembled slightly, and her eyes shone brightly as she waited for the director to reveal the answer. Gordon thought for a while. It should be an experiment to revive the dead. However, the results were not ideal. During the experiment, they fused the DNA of various animals into the human body. Some people even gained superpowers because of it. Thea's first reaction when she heard about superpowers was to say, F***ck. If they captured thousands of people, there should be at least a few hundred successful experiments, right? If a few hundred superpowers swarmed her, she would have to run. However, these superpowers are not strong. I could handle them one-on-one when I was young. Gordon did not know if it was because he was panting or if he was trying to impress them, but he split his sentence into two parts. Thea regained her confidence after hearing what he said. She glanced at the director's physique and imagined his body when he was young. Although it was a little offensive, it seemed like he could take on 7 or 8 people at once. If that was the extent of his combat power, it was indeed not that impressive. However, it had been 20 years since then. Who knew how much technology these people had developed? For safety's sake, it was better to send out the troops as soon as possible. All right, gather the others. We will depart today. Although it was quick, it took them a whole hour to gather everyone. Thea naturally retreated behind the scenes and left all the work to Director Gordon, who was not afraid of death or exposing his identity. It was impossible to hide such a large-scale mobilization from the enemy, and Thea did not intend to hide it either. There was no brilliant plan, just relying on the number of people to push through the enemy. There were more than 300 fully armed official police officers, more than 180 veterans and a few enthusiastic citizens, and finally, there were 10 elite agents from the Heaven's Eye Society. The director looked at the crowd below him and felt a little excited. However, he knew that this was not the right time. After a few simple words of encouragement, he waved his hand and set off. More than 500 people sat in a total of 30 vehicles. The Heaven's Eye Society's military helicopters were in the air preparing for the enemy's possible attack. Thea carried the skateboard and did not participate in the observation. Instead, she stayed in the command vehicle and discussed the attack route with a few people. There was no other way. There were too many small rooms in the lunatic asylum, and it was not easy to use the skateboard indoors. In such a large-scale battle, with nearly 1,000 people on both sides, there was not much room for her to use. Sia's position was to snipe the boss with a name and leave the rest of the soldiers to the main force. We should split up and enter the asylum from 3 directions. Barbara was obviously much more energetic and began to express her brilliant ideas again. Thea did not bother to answer her. Why did she think that she was so smart? She did not like her. No, we don't know the terrain. If we split up, the enemy will take us down one by one. The only person present who could ignore her and had considerable experience in commanding battles was Lara, the senior commander of the Heaven's Eye Society. Catwoman was not optimistic about the idea of splitting up. If anyone ran into Mr. Freeze, they would die without the support of Firefly. Thea was not that afraid of Mr. Freeze. She saw him play with a drone the other day. Something seemed wrong. When he played with a drone, his movements were very slow. She did not know if it was a problem with his body, but his reflexes were so bad that it was even worse than a normal person's. The speed of the freezing air from the gun was also not fast. With her own reflexes, she could have stabbed the arrow into his face the moment he raised his hand. However, she did not know how strong the defense of his helmet was. Moreover, Catwoman found Firefly and said that she would take care of everything, so Thea did not say anything. Stop arguing. The enemy has already discovered us. Let's go in through the front door. Director Gordon, arrange the retreat. If the situation is not good, we have to make sure that the main force can retreat relatively intact. Chapter 92. Barbara was a little annoyed by her act of thinking of retreating before the battle even started, but for various reasons, she forced herself to hold it in. Gordon and Lara, who came from the military, did not think that there was anything wrong with it, so they quickly went to arrange the mission. Perhaps it was because Arkham was preparing for a civil war. Their convoy was not attacked. This meant that Thea's plan to use the military helicopters to kill a wave of enemies was dashed. When they reached the door, Lara was about to order the helicopters to return, but Thea thought it would be a waste to send the heavy firepower back just like that. Why don't we give that door a shot? Thea pointed at the rusted door. If it was not for the timing, she would have gone up to take a picture. This place was too famous. It would be a waste not to do something. Lara thought that she was being childish, different from her usual calm self. However, after thinking about it, blowing up the door would make it easier for them to retreat. She picked up the pager to contact the operator on the helicopter. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 anti-tank missiles accurately exploded on the iron gate. The iron door was already rusted beyond recognition. Even an adult would be able to break it with an axe, much less such a powerful missile. After a loud crash, the group waited for the smoke to disperse. They did not get out of their vehicles and drove straight into the famous Gotham. Go, go, go. The officers jumped out of their vehicles and entered Arkham in a line. The formation was split into 3 parts. Leading the way was Gordon and the 200 officers. Barbara and Robin volunteered to protect the old director. The middle part was Lara and Catwoman, leading the agents and more than 100 hot-blooded veterans. Initially, Firefly wanted to follow Catwoman, but Thea was worried about her. What if she was a spy sent by the enemy? Furthermore, she was carrying such a large canister, she should have hidden it. If Thea was the enemy, she could have fired an arrow at the canister from afar. Half of the 500 people would be wiped out. Thea used the excuse that she was a ranged attacker to protect the escape route and dragged Firefly and the rest of the officers to the back. She felt that it was very likely that the enemy would throw a boulder or something to cut off the team when they were halfway through and then destroy them separately. Therefore, she walked very carefully. From time to time, she would pay attention to the top of everyone's heads. She was afraid that if she heard a whistle, arrows would rain down on everyone on this path. However, even after everyone had entered the mental hospital, this scene did not happen. This made her feel a little uncomfortable. Was she too sinister, or was the enemy too stupid? These people probably didn't intend to ambush him at all, right? Indeed, Arkham had no intention of ambushing them. Not long after, Thea noticed that the troops in front had stopped moving. She leaped onto a nearby table and looked into the distance. Both parties were now in an indoor gym. It was said that it was built with funds from the mental hospital's health committee. The venue was very large, but there were not many facilities around it. The seats on the stands on all sides were also seriously damaged. Thea pushed through the crowd and walked to the front of the team. The enemies in front of her were divided into two groups. On the left was the old acquaintance, Scarecrow's elite team. They were still wearing their old American military uniforms and were extremely well equipped. However, there were not many of them, only less than 30 people. Behind this group of people stood armed gangsters in all kinds of clothes and equipment. On the right was a short and fat man in a suit with an umbrella. Thea recognized such a unique guy. This must be Penguin. She heard that he had many lethal weapons hidden in his umbrella. Thea was a little dismissive. Seeing that he was lame, there was a limit to how strong he could be in an open battle like this. Penguin was followed by a large group of gangsters in black suits. There were at least 200 of them. All of them were armed with pistols, and a few of them were even armed with automatic weapons. Next, they entered the stage where they were called teachers in ancient times and mathematics in modern times. The righteous side was definitely the veteran Gordon. Thea did not want to be in the limelight, but in reality, she was a target. She still cherished her life. The villain was Penguin. Perhaps because Scarecrow's underlings had been killed by Thea, he did not have the right to speak. Even though his expression was still a little gloomy, the former Gotham professor and now Scarecrow had tacitly accepted the fact that they were led by Penguin. "Hey, Jim, old friend." Penguin greeted with a fake smile. "Oswald, long time no see." Gordon replied solemnly. After the two greeted each other, they entered the stage where they were defending themselves. They both treated themselves as the victims. One side said, "You must release all the captives, put down your weapons and surrender immediately." The other side said, "Arkham has been the territory of the Gotham gang since ancient times. You have no right to interfere with what we do." They both knew that the other side would not admit defeat so easily, but the two had no choice but to finish the process. Thea was too lazy to listen to their nonsense. She whispered into their earphones, "Be careful. The enemy's elites have not appeared yet. Be careful in case they launch a sneak attack." The few of them understood this. Scarecrow studied for his master's and doctorate at Gotham University. After that, he stayed in the university to teach and was promoted to a professor. This guy probably did not even know where to go after leaving Gotham. He was as thin as a twig, and without his poisonous gas, his combat ability was not even 5. Everyone said that Penguin was good at fighting, but Theo looked at his small body and lame leg. She really did not think that he was that good. The enemy's capable fighters were obviously hiding. If they were not planning a sneak attack, what else could they be doing? Especially when there was an unscientific guy like Mr. Freeze hiding. Even Thea felt that it was a little troublesome. She kept looking around. Soon, the leaders of both sides finished their briefing and returned to their respective camps. Almost at the same time, they shouted, "Fire!" Bang! Bang! Gunshots fell on the heads of both sides like continuous raindrops. Thea had already found cover. She hid in a corner and observed the situation. She fired a few shots from time to time. Yes, her marksmanship was not bad. After practicing archery for so long, her long-range specialization was very high. Although she could not say that she could fire 100 shots, she was at the level of an elite. She turned around and was about to call her teammates, but what she saw almost made her nose crooked. She saw Catwoman and Robin at the side. The two of them were looking around with sticks in their hands. This group of people was too inexperienced in group battles. At the very least, they should be armed with a gun to boost their morale. Barbara was very good at this. She knew that she had to bring a gun when she came out to kill and set fire. Even though she didn't hit many enemies, she didn't stop firing. Thea, should we use magnetic arrows? Felicity, who was hiding in the camp, looked at the live broadcast and suggested. Thea observed the situation and shook her head. No need for now. We have the advantage. The veterans are very strong. Those gang members are no match for them. Just when she thought that her side had the upper hand and was about to call a few of her friends to join the battle to increase the victory. I am Osriel, the Angel of Death. A tall and thin man wearing a red and black leather jacket and a hood with a long sword in his hand rushed into the line of police officers like a whirlwind. He slashed horizontally and vertically, and with a raise of his hand, he killed 3 police officers. Chapter 93. The tall and skinny man was surrounded by enemies alone, but he was not afraid at all. He slashed left and right with his sword, instantly killing 2 police officers and cutting off the wrist of a veteran. Thea saw that the few of them did not react, and she was a little far away, so she could only aim at the fierce man with her bow. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 arrows were aimed at the man's face and shoulder. The guy who called himself the Angel of Death was really good. He kicked the police officer beside him and used the reaction force to dodge Thea's 2 arrows. This was the first time in Thea's career that an official enemy could dodge her arrows. Although her archery skills were only so-so, this person's reaction speed was much faster than an ordinary elite. Who is this person? Thea quickly asked her companions, implying that if they had a strategy, they should quickly read it out. He is the former mayor of Gotham, Theo Galvin. However, this person should have died many years ago. If I'm not mistaken, he is a clone left behind. Gordon, who was holding a pistol at the back, knew that the young people did not know who he was, so he quickly introduced him. Oh, Theo let out a long oh. When she first heard that he was the mayor, she was shocked. Were all mayors so fierce? Did they mean that it was impossible to survive without a similar level of martial arts? In just a short while, this person's clothes were red from killing. From the side of his hood, she could see that he had an old face and a short, needle-like beard. Every time he killed an enemy, he would roar. The surrounding police officers were shocked by his bravery and unconsciously opened up an empty space for him. However, he did not let them go. His footsteps constantly moved, chasing after the slowest people and slashing at them. Thea carefully observed him. This person's martial arts were very high, especially his fearless aura. The clothes on his body should have a certain degree of bulletproof effect. The police officers and veterans constantly fired at him, but he only dodged the fatal parts. When the other bullets hit him, it was as if he had no reaction. Sigh, it seemed that she could only save the situation. Robin and the others had already found their own opponents, and they might not be able to beat this guy. She sighed. She knew that once she revealed her skills, her happy days as a bystander would be over. Get out of the way. Thea yelled at the crowd. Since it was a clone, it should be fine to kill it, right? Of course, she wouldn't rush forward in a hurry. Taking advantage of the fact that there was still some distance between them, she used her rapid-fire technique. She pulled out 3 arrows at a time and changed her angle of attack from time to time. At the same time, she moved quickly towards the Angel of Death. Paw! Paw! This clone of the former mayor had an unusually sharp intuition for danger. Even though Thea was constantly changing her position, he could still react and either slash with his sword or dodge to the side, causing Thea's first 6 arrows to miss. Seeing his stance, Thea knew that she would not be able to take him down using normal means. She took out the bat darts that she had taken from Barbara. Many members of the bat family had used these darts before. However, the weight of each dart was different depending on the strength of the individual. Thea was now using Barbara's bat darts. The size and weight were quite suitable. She first threw out a dart, then flew up and shot another arrow at the back of the Angel of Death's head. The darts were light, and Thea had little strength. Although she shot first, due to the acceleration of the bowstring, the 2 darts almost arrived in front of the enemy at the same time. The Angel of Death knew that he had no time to dodge. He could only choose the lesser of 2 evils. If the arrow hit the back of his head, he would not be able to survive. He swung his sword to break the arrow and at the same time, tried to dodge the dart. However, Thea had calculated the angle, so how could he dodge it so easily? Poof! The sharp bat dart pierced his left arm, and the leather clothes on his body did not help at all. Clang! He pulled out the dart and glared at Thea fiercely. You are guilty. Thea almost laughed. Do you think you are acting in a hot-blooded anime? You are really into the role. At this time, the distance between the 2 was only 5 meters. She put away the bow and arrow, pulled out the katana and dagger that she had not used for a long time, and attacked quickly. She had seen this guy's swordsmanship before. It had some shadow of the European palace swordsmanship, mixed with many modern fencing techniques. The long sword in his hand was not a 2-handed sword commonly used on the battlefield. Instead, it was more like a combination of a Swiss longsword and an Italian longsword. The blade was less than 1 meter long, and the handle was inlaid with many gorgeous patterns. The scabbard that hung diagonally was also decorated with shiny jewelry. If this guy was not showing off, it meant that this was a famous sword. Whether it was a famous sword or not, she would know after trying it out. Many famous swords were not as sharp as weapons made of modern alloy steel. The katana and dagger in Thea's hand were made of special steel. In order to make these 2 weapons, they were approved by Moira and used rare metals. Thea took advantage of his injured left arm and hurriedly attacked. The dagger in her left hand slashed his cheek from bottom to top. When he retreated to dodge, the katana in her right hand slashed straight at his abdomen with an Iaido slash. The Angel of Death held the sword with both hands and stabbed it straight into the ground. On one hand, he blocked Thea's horizontal cut, and on the other hand, he stopped his rapid retreat. Thea really did not expect this strange move. When the 2 swords collided, she only felt the katana in her hand inexplicably stagnate. Thea knew that she was in trouble. The opponent was indeed holding a sword, but in such a passive way, the katana in her hand had already become chipped. Although the situation was a little unfavorable, Thea felt more and more that her fighting spirit was high, and the blood in her body was boiling unconsciously. She held the dagger in her hand and put the main direction of attack on the katana in her right hand. She was weak, and the Japanese style of swordsmanship was not suitable for her, so she changed to Wing Chun 8 chops. Hachi 8 chops should be suitable for short swords, but now there was no condition. Thea could also barely use the katana. Hachi 8 chops was completely opposite to Wing Chun 4 chops. Boxing pursued to hit the enemy, and the target was the person. Hachi 8 chops was another way. Its target was the opponent's weapon, which was very suitable for this situation. Thea then used the advantage of her slightly longer weapon to attack the opponent's wrist and fingers. Picking, stabbing, cutting, and chopping, the essence of Hachi 8 chops was vividly displayed. The Angel of Death had really never seen this kind of move. He was very aggrieved and anxious. The unfavorable situation made his mind begin to become anxious, and he kept shouting, "Sinner! You will be purified by the fire of heaven. Watch my judgment. Crusader strike." As the Angel of Death kept shouting, Thea was a little confused. What was the meaning of this guy? Why was he shouting the name of the move while fighting? He had taken off his hood, and his hair was disheveled, and he was spitting at her like a madman. This idiot really had the characteristics of Gotham. Chapter 94. Even though the Angel of Death's roar was deafening, Judgment was just a vertical slash from head to toe, and Cross Army Strike was just a horizontal slash with a diagonal slash. There were no exaggerated scenes like the Angel of Death's golden aura. Thea could only make a stupid judgment about his bad habits. Is this the side effect of cloning, or is this guy really that Chinibu? Thea did not have the time now, otherwise, she would definitely ask him about it. But regardless of whether this person was mentally ill or not, his attack power was undeniable. He didn't have any golden sparkle, but his long sword was constantly slashing left and right, which made Sia, who was exhausted from dealing with him, very vexed. Because he did not defend himself at all, the two fought for 3 minutes and Thea had already slashed him twice with the long sword in her hand. In addition to the dart that hit him previously, blood was gushing out of his body. However, he did not seem to feel it as he continued to attack tirelessly. King Hell. Thea, who thought of herself as an honest little beauty, was so anxious that she wanted to curse. If this guy was a normal person, she would have taken him down long ago. His brain was not working well, and he would be distracted intermittently, which led to a lot of flaws in his moves. However, because he was not afraid of death, he was able to equalize the situation. The person behind the cloning of the Angel of Death must have noticed that there was something wrong with his brain, so he artificially lowered his neurologic transmission and compensated for his insanity with madness. How amazing! If Thea did not care about her own injuries, she could have taken him down. However, she would have to be stupid to trade injuries with the clone. It was not worth it. After Thea slashed him from the side again, the Angel of Death, who had lost too much blood, was in a daze. His attacks weakened a little, and the volume of his shouts was also much lower. Thank goodness, you're finally not shouting so loudly. You've made Sia so annoyed that I feel like I'm bullying a handicapped person. It was a mistake for me to get excited when I saw him. Next time, I'll just leave this job to Robin and the others. I won't fight him even if I'm beaten to death. It's too annoying. Thinking of Robin, Thea wondered how the fight was going. She forced the Angel of Death back with 2 moves and looked at the situation. Under the circumstances, both sides still had the advantage of having 6 on their side and 4 on the other side. The gangsters were being beaten back by the joint forces of the police officers and veterans. It was only a matter of time before they won. However, the fight between the heroes and the villains wasn't so beautiful. Without Batman, his team's combat power was subconsciously weakened. Furthermore, Thea was entangled with this lunatic. The situation wasn't as expected. Catwoman was dealing with the Penguin Man and a burly man wearing a pig mask. It could only be said that it was a draw. On the other side, Barbara was surrounded by 6 to 7 elite scarecrows. The few of them were in full swing, and Barbara was using all her firepower. Her whip danced wildly, and darts flew everywhere, accompanied by her pistol firing from time to time. Although she had the advantage, her stamina was greatly depleted. The duel between Firefly and Mr. Freeze that he had imagined did not happen. That was good news. These 2 guys were too powerful for normal people. Where's Robin? Thea looked around the arena. Not there. She didn't believe it and looked around again. Finally, she found Robin in the stands far away from her, surrounded by two people. Both of them were wearing black suits and owl masks. One of them was holding a pair of rods, and the other was holding a long sword. The two of them were very skilled and coordinated very well. They were probably not weaker than Robin in a one-on-one. Now, the two of them were working together to beat Robin to the point that he could only parry and not fight back. What was this? The claws of the Court of Owls. Thea was a little shocked this time. This was Gotham's hidden boss. It wasn't just one or two people. This group of people was the union of the oldest families in Gotham. They had been silently watching this city for 200 years. How did they provoke this group of people? He and the others still didn't have enough information. If it was the Owl Court that was going against them, everything would make sense. They had broken into the camp without anyone noticing, conducted human experiments, and made clones. They had enough influence to recruit these unruly villains. Thea had a bad feeling in her heart. This operation was most likely going to fail. The enemy definitely didn't gather so many villains for her to kill them all at once. They must be hiding something. She silently thought about what the enemy was going to do to break out of this situation. No matter what, she and the others had the advantage. Even if the heroes were no match for them, as long as they could hold back a few of the enemies who could fight, the villains could only wait for death when the main force finished the battle. It was useless against hundreds of guns. Just as she was thinking hard, her hand movements naturally decreased a little. The crazy angel of death charged forward again with a mouth full of nonsense. Thea was really sick of this dogskin plaster, but she couldn't not fight. She could only stop thinking and continue to play the game of dodging 10 slashes. When Thea blocked another slash from the angel of death, she felt that the katana in her hand couldn't take the burden anymore. It was seriously damaged from multiple slashes and was about to break. Optimistically, she estimated that she could only slash twice more. This special alloy weapon that had accompanied her for more than a year would have to say goodbye to it. F***CK, I've been helping to fight the monster and my equipment is about to break. Can Gotham compensate me? Is it too late for me to buy insurance now? While she was pondering whether she should grab a baton from the officer next to her and use it to deal with the situation, a gangster with a common face under the Penguin Gang saw Sia constantly retreating into the crowd. He thought that she was exhausted and was about to lose, so he hurriedly rushed up with a dagger in his hand, ready to assist her. Ha! Thea was stunned by the sudden appearance of this guy. She wanted to say that this was against the rules of the underworld, but when she saw his expression as if he was bullying a pushover, she thought, "Are you sure you want me? Do you think I'm Garfield if the tiger doesn't roar? Besides, what kind of eyes do you have? Do you think that the blood on that lunatic is all mine?" Actually, she had wrongly accused him. He was a core member of the underworld and wasn't blind. The main thing was that Thea was wearing a red dress and couldn't tell if she was bleeding or not. Seeing the ferocious attacks of the Angel of Death, he would naturally think that she was at a disadvantage. She tilted her body slightly and dodged the dagger. It would be a waste not to use such a good helper. Thea grabbed his wrist and pulled him towards her. At the same time, she tripped him lightly. In a normal fight, one should let go and let the opponent touch the ground intimately, but Thea didn't do that. She grabbed the opponent's arm and spun quickly, using the strong inertia to throw the person towards the Angel of Death. Everyone should stay away from lunatics. The Angel of Death saw a figure running towards him. Without thinking, he stabbed the person's chest. Chapter 95. Thea had noticed this problem before. Why did this idiot called Death Angel jump into the crowd without saying a word? A more scientific explanation was that this guy had behavioral and cognitive impairments, or simply put, this guy did not recognize people. Many huskies that were raised for a short period of time also had this problem. They would run away in the blink of an eye after letting go of the leash. In the eyes of huskies, everyone looked the same. This was the problem with this guy who had been fighting with Sia for a long time. The breeder, no, the mastermind behind this was most likely also cloned to save time. He only copied the brain's memory and did not imbue it with much logical analysis ability. He looked fierce from afar, but he could not do anything. As a bodyguard, he might go berserk and hack his employer to death after 5 minutes. If he chased after the target for half an hour, he might lose contact because he could not find the way. The mastermind must have tried a lot of methods before finally using this guy as a disposable item. If he was still in the enemy's crowd, he could kill as much as he wanted. If he could survive, he would be lucky. If he died, it would not be a pity. This was the problem now. Under the huge inertia, the gangster could not stop at all. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws and rushed towards Death Angel. Puff! Death Angel, who only had instincts in his mind, did not realize that the guy who rushed over was one of his own. Perhaps he did not even have the concept of allies. He neatly stabbed his sword into the guy's chest. Just as he was about to pull out the sword, Thea had already circled around to the side. This opportunity was simply a godsend. This guy's sword was so sharp that he could not let him hold it anymore. Thea withdrew her dagger and held it with both hands. She used the Iato slash and slashed his forearm from top to bottom. Although Death Angel's brain was not very good and lacked many applications, he still had basic combat awareness. In the face of such a fierce attack, if he continued to insist on pulling out his sword, his arm would be cut off directly. Even if he pulled out his sword quickly, it would be too late. The human body was not a piece of paper. There was a certain amount of resistance. Although his sword could cut through iron like it was mud, there was still resistance. In addition, when a person was injured, it would automatically close the wound. The Angel of Death exerted a little force, but he knew that he could not pull out his sword in such a short time. He could only quickly let go of his sword and retreat, avoiding Thea's powerful strike. This guy is finally empty-handed. Thea didn't have the spirit of a fair duel. She didn't have the brainless idea of, if you don't have your weapon, I'll throw my weapon away and we'll continue training together. She was only thinking about how to kill this guy quickly and safely. Without his sword, the Angel of Death was no different from a toothless tiger. Thea no longer had any scruples. Although his martial arts were not bad, it depended on who he was compared to. Compared to Chief Gordon, he was pretty good, but in the eyes of Thea, he was really weak. The two of them fought with speed and quickly exchanged 7 or 8 moves. Thea used her superb fighting experience and quickly found 3 flaws in his movements. She successfully made 2 cuts on his body. As blood continued to flow out, his speed slowed down visibly. His chattering mouth also became gasping for breath. After all, he was a clone, not a robot. He had flesh and blood. In just a few minutes, he was slashed by Thea into a bloody gourd. He didn't faint after losing so much blood. This cloning technology was quite impressive. Thea knew that the opportunity to win was right in front of her. She faked a move with the dagger in her left hand. When the Angel of Death raised his arm to parry, her right hand pierced the Angel of Death's chest. The violent outflow of blood accelerated his physical exhaustion. At this time, his reaction speed was much slower than before. He vaguely saw Thea's stab and tried his best to move his body to the side, trying to avoid this fatal strike. Poof! The dagger fiercely pierced his right rib. His brain wasn't clear. He only knew that he couldn't let the enemy continue to attack. Before she could pull out her dagger, a hand grabbed her dagger and looked at Thea fiercely. Yo, are you pretending to be a hero? Usually, grabbing the enemy's weapon and then killing them is something that the protagonists do. The person who cloned you was afraid that you had nothing to do every day, so he showed you cartoons to watch, right? I really have to hand it to you. After fighting for so long, you don't even know how many weapons I have. Thea ignored his wide-open eyes. Under his surprised gaze, her left hand dexterously slashed the dagger across his throat. The ferocious look in her eyes was gradually replaced by confusion. She covered her throat with her hands, and dark red blood kept spurting out. She made some incomprehensible sounds, and the tall figure of the Angel of Death slowly fell to the ground. Sigh, I don't know if this person will give me an honorable kill. Is a clone considered a person? Did I violate the principle of not killing? If I meet Superman later, I have to discuss with him. Thea threw away half of the katana that had accompanied her for more than a year. The other half of the katana was left on the Angel of Death. This katana was unexpectedly broken in the final struggle. Although her left hand and right hand moved in slow motion and then replayed in slow motion to kill the enemy, she was actually also a victim. Lowering her head to pick up the sword, Sia swore to God that she was absolutely not greedy for this sharp weapon. She just wanted to go back and analyze the composition of this sword for scientific research. That's all. She then looked at the scabbard at the waist of the corpse. This scabbard also had a lot of historical value. It seemed to be very gorgeous. There were so many Yakuza members here. They definitely didn't know how to protect cultural relics and daily care. It seemed that this mission was also hers. She reluctantly took it back for research. After cutting off the rope around the corpse's waist, Thea took the scabbard in her hand. Looking at the color, it matched her crimson battle suit. It was not suitable to give it to anyone in this chaotic situation. She casually inserted it into her quiver. She had emptied a quiver before, so it was just right to store this thing. She observed the situation on the battlefield. Barbara was using all her strength to whip a few Yakuza members. It seemed that she had some kind of attribute boost. She was just short of shouting something like a queen. Robin was still the same. He was being hit by two extremely skilled claw wheels. He could only barely resist. Although it was serious, it wasn't dangerous. Plus, he was a little far from the battlefield. Thea couldn't reach him even if she wanted to help. This was also good. She could release Catwoman's combat power first. Victory was right in front of her eyes. Thea took out an arrow and aimed at the penguin guy who was holding a broken umbrella and happily fighting with Catwoman. This guy was also a character. The key was that he had the most subordinates. As long as he died, his subordinates' morale would immediately plummet. In this way, her side would win. Chapter 96. She adjusted her breathing and pulled the bowstring to the maximum. Then, she aimed at the penguin man's distinctive sharp nose and shot an arrow. The arrow was like a meteor chasing after the moon. It was extremely fast and landed accurately. If nothing went wrong, the sharp arrow would open up a large hole in the penguin man's face. His trusted subordinates would happily attend their boss's memorial service tomorrow, and a new leader would be chosen the day after tomorrow. However, when the arrow was less than 20 centimeters away from his ugly face, a figure flashed past from the side. A dark green glove quickly grabbed the arrow. It wasn't surprising that her arrow was blocked. After all, her archery skills weren't at the peak yet. The lunatic Death Angel could also block arrows, but catching an arrow flying at high speed with her bare hands wasn't something an ordinary person could do. People with great strength and dynamic vision could do it, but the person in front of him was obviously not that type of person. She was familiar with his archery skills, and she was using the special skill of the ninja masters. He also knew this skill, but he didn't expect that he would encounter a woman who used it against him today, because he didn't have the chance to use it. Talia. Theo looked at the woman not far away in a low voice. Who are you? Talia al Ghul was wearing a dark green leather jacket. She carried a bow on her back, held a recurved bow, and had a long sword at her waist. She looked at Thea and wondered who this person was. Her martial arts and archery skills were obviously passed down from the ninja master. Could she be from the Alliance? Thea didn't know how to answer her question. There was a complicated story behind this, so she couldn't go into too much detail. Besides, she didn't plan to tell the story in front of so many people. Looking at her face, which was full of mixed blood characteristics, different from the fair skin of European and American people, there were some characteristics of the Arab world and East Asian people. Her thick black hair set off her amber eyes, exuding a strange and dangerous charm. Beat me first. Thea also wanted to see how different she was from the daughter of the ninja master, the future leader of the Green Arrow. She quickly drew an arrow and shot it at Talia. You still need to practice your archery skills. Talia skillfully swatted away the arrow with her bow. Although she spoke contemptuously, her movements were not slow either. She drew her bow at the same speed as Thea and deflected an arrow. However, under Thea's powerful perception, this arrow was as eye-catching as the sun in the sky. She gently moved 2 steps to the left to avoid the arrow's trajectory while continuing to shoot back at Talia. Following that, the two of them continued to draw their bows as if they were performing a show. Arrows of almost the same size and weight constantly intersected in the air. While the two of them were shooting at each other, they also needed to dodge each other's arrows. Occasionally, they would even use the classic scene of 2 arrows colliding in the air. For a while, the two of them shot out 20 arrows from their quivers, but neither of them could do anything to the other. Talia's archery skills were indeed superb, but Thea's powerful perception could also make up for her lack of archery skills. After the intense rapid shooting, it consumed a lot of stamina and mental strength. The two of them did not have outstanding physiques, so they both stopped attacking at the same time. They adjusted their breathing and stared at each other, preparing for the next round of competition. At this point, Talia was completely sure that the person opposite her was using the archery skills of a ninja master. After all, Woldma was not a master of his generation and did not have the ability to innovate. He taught Thea exactly how others taught him, and this archery style was displayed in front of Talia. If she could not see this, it would only mean that she was blind. After careful observation, looking at the opponent's various movements, strength, speed, and other data, she could still determine that the opponent was a woman, and a young woman at that. Talia pondered for a while. Who could it be? Her first thought was her sister, Nissa El Ghul. She had left Nanderbart for many years and did not know what level her sister's martial arts had reached. However, she felt that it should be about the same level as the person in front of her. Moreover, the two of them were very similar in age. There was a slight age gap between the two sisters, and their relationship was not good. She had also left home early with her child, so they were not close. Did her sister know that she had appeared in Gotham and rushed over to deal with her? Was her father, the ninja master, also nearby? She felt a little uneasy and ordered her subordinates to continue lying in ambush and not reveal themselves. Fortunately, Thea could not read minds. Otherwise, if she knew that she had mistaken her for her sister, she would definitely shout, "What kind of taste do you have? No matter if it's my figure or my looks, I'm much better than your sister." At this time, Thea was a little troubled. This person was the mother of Batman's son. It was not appropriate for her to fight. Furthermore, she would be an important person to enlighten Oliver in the future. Without her guidance, there would be no Green Arrow. She did not want to ruin this important opportunity for her brother. Furthermore, the interpersonal relationships in this world were very strange. In the future, Green Arrow would marry Nissa. Regardless of whether they were husband and wife, in name, she was Green Arrow's sister, and Talia was Nissa's sister. The two of them were very cliché relatives. They could pretend that they did not know each other and eat together during Chinese New Year. Furthermore, since she had appeared here, would Bane be far away? Thea did not know how to fight this guy whose strength was measured in tons. Even an Iron Man would not be able to withstand a fist the size of a casserole combined with 2 tons of strength. Talia was afraid that the ninja master would jump out to deal with her, and Thea was also afraid that Bane would come out from the bushes. The two of them were afraid of both sides, so they both retreated to their respective groups. Director Gordon, how's the situation on your side? Thea connected to the headset and asked about the situation on her side. It's going well, but these people are resisting very tenaciously. To be honest, I think they are plotting something. The old director's gunshots were endless, and it sounded like they were in Afghanistan. He was not the only one who felt that there was a conspiracy. Thea also had a bad feeling. With Owl Court, Talia, and Bane hiding somewhere, they were at a disadvantage in terms of high-end combat power. Thea made a prompt decision and gave the order to retreat. Director, go to the back and arrange for backup. We will slowly retreat from the asylum. Agent Lara, order your snipers to shoot and bring Robin back. Catwoman, Barbara, prepare your smoke grenades. Also, Catwoman, ask Firefly to help cover the retreat. Firefly did not enter their private channel. On one hand, Thea was worried about her. On the other hand, she was not very fond of Batman's team. Following Chief Gordon's order in the police channel, the large force began to consciously shrink their formation. Bang! Bang! 2 sniper shots rang out. The 2 sharp claw members besieging Robin had very high intuition. The moment the bullets got close to them, they retreated and dodged, allowing Robin to smoothly withdraw to the large force. Chapter 97. Putting aside Robin's skills for the time being, his tenacity was indeed commendable. Anyway, Sia saw him running back to the crowd in a sorry state. His face was bruised and swollen, and there were 2 big holes in his battle suit. Blood seeped out from his clothes from time to time. He was seriously injured, but he still held on and did not call for backup. He was really a tough guy. My pager is broken. Thank God you guys helped me. Thea knew she had misinterpreted Robin's expression when he opened his mouth. However, she did not laugh at him when she thought about how powerful his claws were. Instead, she ordered him to retreat to the back of the group. Nominally, it was to hold the line, but in reality, it was to let him rest. Thea, be careful. There's a lot of thermal activity in the side room. There's also a small amount of radiation. Thea was about to order the rest to throw a smoke grenade when Felicity reminded her through her earpiece. It was not surprising that the enemy had set up an ambush, but how did the radiation come out? Just as she was thinking, the metal door on the right side of the gym was slammed open. A few burly men rushed out. She could not tell how many of them there were, but as the door was pulled down by the leader, more and more people rushed out from the door. Oh. This must be the enhancer that Chief Gordon mentioned before. To be able to tear down such a heavy iron door like tearing a piece of paper, although his strength was not as strong as Bane's, who was measured in tons, he was still considered Hercules. Most of the people who rushed out were wearing the clothes of ordinary citizens, but their faces were anything but ordinary. Some of them had blood flowing from the corners of their eyes, some had veins on their faces and necks that were throbbing, and some even had horns or other unknown objects on their foreheads. These people had all kinds of strange appearances. No matter how she looked at them, they did not look like they were born naturally. There could only be one conclusion. Was this Arkham's unique biohuman experiment? She did not expect the mastermind to be so fast. They had already created so many successful products in just 3 days. To verify her guess, Thea took out an arrow and aimed it at the 2-meter-tall burly man with horns on his head that looked like a rhinoceros. Puff! The arrow went straight into the enemy's chest, but the blood that flowed out was not the usual red of an ordinary person. Instead, it had a strange purple color. The burly man was pushed back 2 steps by the kinetic energy of the arrow. With a roar, he pulled out the arrow and continued to charge towards Thea. Amazing! Thea could tell that her opponent was definitely injured. As long as he was still bleeding, it meant that he could still be killed. She continued to draw her bow. It was as if Sylvanas had been reborn. She gracefully stood on the ground and shot 5 arrows at the rhino man that was charging at her. Roar! The rhinoceros man, who was running at high speed, was shot in the left eye by the 4th arrow. The 5th arrow pierced through his throat. He clutched his wound and fell to the ground, unable to get up again. Thea pursed her lips. These guys looked intimidating, but their real abilities were just some enhancements to their strength, speed, and endurance. They were the same as the Death Angel from before. They all needed to strengthen one thing, and that was their brains. He doesn't even know how to dodge an arrow. This guy might not even be as good as the Angel of Death, however, the fact that she could easily deal with them did not mean that they were weak. Even though the police officers tried their best to hold the line and used their skillful coordination to focus fire on 3 of them, more and more enemies were coming out from the side door. Chief Gordon, give the order to retreat. I'll buy you some time. Thea took out a winding arrow from her special quiver and aimed it at the metal door. She shot it at lightning speed. After observing the effect of the arrow, she did not know how strong these people were. She did not want to risk it, so she shot another arrow. Dense spiderwebs instantly covered the entire side of the wall. Since the reinforcements lacked an important organ like their brains, they could not figure out what the white spiderwebs were. They jostled and pushed each other as they tried their best to get out. However, they underestimated the resilience of the spiderwebs. The few people in front were instantly stuck to the spiderwebs. The people behind them used them as support to push the spiderwebs outwards. From an outsider's point of view, it looked like the spiderwebs were being pushed up by the reinforcements from time to time. Then, the spiderwebs would fall silent and bulge out again. Thea was not very confident about her double-winding arrow. In theory, it was used to deal with normal people. Who knew if it could deal with the reinforcements? She called out to everyone. Let's retreat. The Firefly, Miss Bridget Parker, also came to Thea's side. However, her eyes were fixed on the spiderwebs not far away. She seemed to be thinking about the effects of the spiderwebs. She seemed to be eager to try it out. You take the rear. I'll cover you. Thea whispered to Miss Firefly. At the same time, she ordered her friends through the earpiece to throw smoke grenades at the enemy. According to her experiments, the Batman brand smoke grenade would produce some kind of chemical combustion when it came into contact with fire. Today was the perfect time to test out the effects. Miss Firefly did not wait for her orders. Seeing that most of the people had retreated, she opened up the nozzle of the flamethrower and fired at the Arkham Union army. Her flame was different from the flames of everyday life. It was more like a mixture of some chemical substance and kerosene. It was fully ignited in the air, and then through the pressure nozzles in the combustion canister, it was shot at the heads of the gang members. That's a strong ability. Thea thought to herself. I'll make a note of it later. The best way to deal with her is to shoot her kerosene flamethrower from afar. Close combat is too dangerous. Or should I add fireproof paint to my clothes? I wonder how hot her flames are. I'll have to test it out next time. When Barbara and the rest saw the fire, they threw out a few smoke grenades to cover the retreat of the reinforcements. When Thea smelled something sour in the air, she knew that the fire and smoke had a strange chemical reaction. She grabbed Miss Firefly, who was having fun setting the fire. Let's retreat too. However, before the two of them could take a few steps, a bone-chilling cold came from the opposite side. The temperature in the air dropped rapidly, and the light that was distorted by the high temperature also returned to normal. Freezing. X2 Sia and Miss Firefly noticed the intruder at the same time. The two of them slowly retreated. Sia pulled out a special titanium alloy arrowhead with Teflon coating. This coating was specially used by the Quinn Group for machining high-speed cutting tools. Sia used it to strengthen the armor-piercing property of the titanium alloy. Someone who had difficulty naming it simply called it armor-piercing arrow. Miss Firefly was also focused on the opposite side, and from time to time, she would spit out some kerosene to stop the enemy's advance. Let's retreat. Catwoman Barbara came to Thea's side. The girls. It was really a group of girls this time. 1, 2, 3, 4, a total of 4 girls. The only male, Robin, was already offline. The 4 of them relied on Miss Firefly's continuous spitting of kerosene and slowly retreated from the asylum. Chapter 98. In the distance, Mr. Freeze, who was wearing a very flashy and unique armor, smirked when he saw that they were about to retreat. He raised his frost gun and pulled the trigger. A large amount of frost mist rushed towards the girls. Not to be outdone, Miss Firefly also raised her flamethrower and shot a string of fireballs at him. The 2 of them did not say a word during the battle, but anyone with eyes could see that the 2 of them were not on good terms. It was as if there was only one of them left. The frozen mist kept colliding with the kerosene in the air. A large amount of mist turned into water in the air, and then quickly evaporated into gas. The kerosene was also constantly being consumed by the frozen air. Neither of them could do anything to the other, and the situation entered a stalemate. Can we go up and help? Barbara was quite loyal. Even though she had never spoken to Miss Firefly, she still automatically categorized her as a member of her camp. The person she asked was Thea, who was experienced in technological weapons. Thea was still very curious about this guy who used frost gas. She heard that his gun used the principle of low-temperature ammonia to cool, which was somewhat similar to her frost arrow. She used liquid nitrogen. In fact, the cooling effect of the 2 of them was similar. It was hard to say who was more advanced. Her nitrogen temperature was lower, so the cooling effect was stronger. However, the loss of energy in the air was greater. His ammonia could be shot after a certain reaction in the gun, so the loss of energy was relatively lower. However, he could continuously extract ammonia from the canister behind him and shoot it. Her arrows were one less arrow after another. In comparison, she was still a little inferior. However, if she was asked to carry a chemical canister to fight monsters, she would never do it. It was too dangerous. The way to deal with this guy and Miss Firefly was very simple. As long as she found their canister, she could happily go up and loot their corpses from afar. In the face of Barbara's question, Thea answered with certainty. Of course, watch me kill him. Her tone was full of confidence because she had already seen the protrusion behind the Frostman. This guy had some brains and knew to use armor to protect the gas tank. This was much better than the careless Miss Firefly beside her who had no protection at all. Aiming at such a large target was not difficult. Thea was only worried that her arrows would not be able to penetrate the sci-fi-looking armor. The constant exchange of fire between the other 2 also caused some interference to her vision. Thea left the team and found a high platform with a better view. She aimed at Mr. Freeze who was shooting at the fireflies. With a smug smile on his face, he loosened the bowstring. The Teflon-coated arrowhead barely completed its task. The 10-centimeter arrowhead only managed to pierce halfway into the armor. Thea waited for 2 seconds in worry. She only felt relieved when she saw cold air coming out from the gaps in his armor. Let's go. God knows if this guy's canister was pressurized, how much pressure was added, and if it would explode from the inside. She flew back to the girls and called out to Catwoman Barbara. Under Miss Firefly's puzzled gaze, the 2 of them ran out. Mr. Freeze was a little stunned when he saw the girls running away. He did not know why the girls who were on par with him wanted to run away. However, he did not think too much about it. He thought that her canister was out of gas, so he pulled the trigger and was ready to kill them. Two muffled sounds were heard. The fog that should have appeared theoretically did not appear. While he was still wondering what was wrong with his gun, a violent impact knocked him out. Thea and the girls saw that the entrance of the asylum was replaced by a huge block of ice in an instant. The ice was spreading rapidly in all directions. The four girls wished that they had more legs. They ran as fast as they could. Thea and Catwoman, who were faster, each carried Firefly with one arm. The girl's speed was slower than a normal person's, and she was carrying a canister that weighed more than 5 kilograms. If the two girls did not stop her, she would have been frozen into the ice wall. Barbara also gave her a push from the back. In the end, they managed to run out of the door with much difficulty. Thea, next time you make such a big noise, you should tell us in advance. Barbara, who was running so hard that her gallbladder almost popped out of her mouth, complained. Isn't this great? Mr. Freeze is finally out of the way. Thea felt that this guy's lethality was not in vain. Barbara and Catwoman looked at each other. Barbara, who was kind, said, Mr. Freeze's body temperature is below 0 all year round because of the experiment accident. He's immune to ice. Theoretically, ice can't kill him. Immune. The two shiny words shocked Thea. Why does this guy have such an unscientific passive? Why didn't you tell me? She then turned to look at Firefly. According to the settings of some worlds, is this girl immune to fire? No wonder she's so brave to carry the canister around. There must be a reason behind it. Although she had made a mistake, Sia's character was to never admit her mistakes. She was like this in version 1.0, and she was still the same in version 2.0. Thinking about the various chemical and physical knowledge that he knew, Xiangheng decided to give it a try. Haha, of course I know. We can't kill him this time, but he needs a lot of time to defrost. Plus, we have to recompress the gas. This will take precious time. Don't worry. Everything is under control. Thea patted her chest, which was almost sea-size, and promised the girls. Catwoman was illiterate, so she couldn't tell whether she was telling the truth or not. Barbara had a Ph.D. in library management, so it was obvious that she wasn't interested in physics or chemistry. She couldn't tell whether she was telling the truth or not. Miss Firefly had never dealt with her before. Seeing how resolute she was, Miss Firefly decided to believe her for the time being. Realizing that her acting had successfully fooled the three girls, Thea let out a long breath. She began to think about how to deal with Mr. Freeze. Since shooting the canister didn't work, what else could she do? Mr. Freeze was really powerful. Even if she used a rocket launcher to attack him, the rocket launcher would be extinguished or even completely frozen. Moreover, even if he wasn't frozen, his armor's defense was top-notch. He was almost immune to ordinary firearms. No matter how hard she thought about it, she still couldn't come up with a good idea. This guy was so hard to deal with. Sia started to worry about the current grim situation. Owl Court, Mr. Freeze, and a large number of enhanced humans created by biochemical experiments. The problems came one after another. Thea couldn't help but furrow her beautiful eyebrows. If there was no other way, he could only use the Hellfire missile. However, this was a difficult decision to make. Even if Amanda agreed, with the black woman's personality, she would still put the blame on him. This could only be used as a last resort.